Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The US Coast Guard says it's chasing a Venezuelan oil tanker accused of evading sanctions. New court documents reveal how the deadly Bondi Beach attack was planned. And Israel has approved 19 new West Bank settlements, sparking international condemnation. The US Coast Guard says it's pursuing a sanctioned oil tanker in international waters near Venezuela. The vessel is believed to be part of a so-called dark fleet accused of evading sanctions and flying a false flag. Officials say the tanker, which is linked to Iran and Venezuela's oil trade, has not yet been boarded. For more on this, I'm joined by Latin America analyst Colin Harding. Colin, it's a pleasure to have you on this evening. Thank you for joining me. The US Coast Guard is in active pursuit of an oil tanker near Venezuela in the Caribbean Sea. What do we know about this specific tanker and why it's been targeted?
Well, it appears to be it appears to be heading to Venezuela rather than away from it to load with oil. Apparently there is a warrant out against this ship, which I think is called the Bella One, for dealing, I think, with the Houthis in Yemen. And therefore, the Americans cited legal justification for intercepting it. They've been chasing it for quite a while now. The tanker has refused to allow itself to be boarded, unlike the two previous ones that have been intercepted by the Americans. And so this pursuit appears to be still going on.
And this operation follows hard on the heels of the interception of the Centuries tanker in international waters on Saturday, also off the coast of Venezuela. What are the US administration's intentions?
Well, I think what's going on off the coast of Venezuela has to be seen in the context of the Americans' new national security strategy. We know from the first day, really, of President Trump's second term what his view of the Western Hemisphere is, that he wants to incorporate Canada and Greenland into the United States. He wants to recover control of the Panama Canal, which was nationalized at the beginning of the century. And in terms of South America or Latin America, he wishes to reassert the traditional dominance of the United States, which was first expressed in the Monroe Doctrine in the 1820s, and had been rather allowed to lapse in recent times. But the Trump administration very much wants to assert its control of what it regards as its neighborhood, or its backyard, as it used to be known. And in the case of Venezuela, I think the main offense of Venezuela is not that it's a source of drugs or that it's stolen American oil, although those arguments have been used, but that it's hostile to the United States. It's an ally of Cuba, of Russia, of China, of Iran, and it is hostile to American interests. And the Trump administration wishes to, if possible, remove the Maduro government, and has been pulling a series of levers to try and bring this about.
And most of Venezuela's oil is sold to China. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi is accusing the US of bullying Venezuela. What does the rest of the world, like Russia, China and Latin America, actually think of the latest US moves?
Well, as you say, China has accused the Trump administration of bullying Venezuela and has expressed solidarity with the Maduro government. Russia, similarly, President Putin has made a phone call recently to President Maduro to express solidarity. In both cases, although the Russians have provided the Maduro administration with a lot of military hardware, that they're not increasing their commitments there now, and nor are the Chinese. So I don't think they're particularly keen on doing anything more at the moment than just expressing sympathy and solidarity with Maduro. As for the rest of Latin America, both the presidents of Brazil and Mexico, two of the most important countries, have said that any kind of military intervention by the Americans would be a humanitarian disaster, that there should be a peaceful resolution of the differences between the countries. It's worth pointing out that Maduro is not popular in the rest of Latin America any more than he is inside Venezuela. But any kind of a direct American intervention would be regarded with alarm by the rest of Latin America.
It's really interesting because you mentioned Russia earlier, and just before I did come on air, I did see some breaking news lines that Russia's foreign ministry says Lavrov and Venezuelan foreign minister expressed serious concern over escalating actions by Washington in the Caribbean Sea in a phone conversation. And Venezuela says Russia pledged full support against a US blockade. So just an update there from Russia. But Colin, what are Maduro's options right now? Can he count on that popular support that he possibly still has in Venezuela?
Well, he doesn't have much, really. I mean, by any reckoning, he lost the last year's presidential election by a big margin. Something like 80% of the voted for the opposition candidate, although he just declared that he was the winner anyway and carried on. So he doesn't enjoy a great deal of support. But I think President Trump might have given him a bit of a boost unintentionally by switching his emphasis from drugs to oil. President Trump has said that Venezuela stole American oil and that they want it back again. Now, this is apparently a reference to the changes in joint venture contracts, which the previous Venezuelan government of President Hugo Chavez decreed in the early years of this century, which involved foreign oil companies relinquishing some of their holdings. And there's now the Americans are saying that some of their companies didn't agree to this, but notably ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips, and there have been various international awards of compensation to them, which the Venezuelans have refused to pay. And I think this is the reference Trump is making. But as far as Venezuelans are concerned, saying that we want the oil is giving them an argument. The Venezuelan government has said all along that what the Americans really want, they're not interested in drugs and so on. What they really want is to grab Venezuela's natural riches, natural resources, notably oil, which is the main basis of the Venezuelan economy. So this is actually giving Trump a rather more support, or offering him an argument which he didn't otherwise have.
Colin Harding, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Now, Australian authorities have revealed new details about the deadly attack on a Hanukkah celebration at Australia's Bondi Beach that killed 15 people. Court documents show the gunman meticulously planned the assault and threw 4 homemade bombs that did fail to detonate. The surviving suspect now faces dozens of charges. Chris Gilbert reports.
Australia continues to mourn. Vigils were held across the country on Sunday, a week on from the massacre. Australia's Prime Minister has received online attacks for flaring anti-Semitism. On Monday, he apologised to the country.
Emotions were raw, and a lot of people in the community are hurting and angry. And some of that anger was directed towards me, and I understand that. As Prime Minister, I feel the weight of responsibility for an atrocity that happened whilst I'm Prime Minister. And I'm sorry for what the Jewish community and our nation as a whole has experienced.
Newly released documents show 24-year-old Naveed Akram and his father Sajid spent months preparing for the assault, including firearms training with shotguns. On the day of the massacre, cameras recorded them leaving rented accommodation in Sydney, carrying long items wrapped in blankets. These were 3 firearms, homemade explosives, and Islamic State flags. The Premier of New South Wales is responding by introducing new curbs on firearms, terror symbols, and protests.
Today we're introducing new laws, tough new laws, to protect the community, to crack down on hate and strengthen public safety. The legislation bans the public displays of terrorist symbols, outlaws violence, incitement to violence in New South Wales, and gives police stronger powers during public assemblies. It also delivers the toughest firearm reforms in the country. It does restrict access to high-risk weapons, strengthening licence, storage and oversight regimes in the state.
Australia already has tough gun control laws, and the state's police minister is defending the new crackdown.
Well, we know that many are good law-abiding gun licence holders. We know that. But we also have to acknowledge the harm that can be caused by guns, and for that reason we have introduced these legislative reforms.
For now, Australia grieves and continues the clean-up as it works to make sense of its worst shooting in nearly 30 years. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
For more on this, I'm joined from Oxford by Rabbi Jonathan Romaine, head of the Rabbinic Court of Great Britain. Thank you so much for joining me again, Rabbi. It's great to have you on the show. Let's focus a little bit on these court documents that have been released, and they show the attackers, as our reporter was explaining, meticulously planning this assault. How has the Jewish community in Bondi Beach and around the world been grappling with the reality of such deliberate violence?
Well, yes, because the training and the firearms practice is actually very disturbing. Because, you know, to be honest with you, if it had just been a moment of madness, well, that would have been terrible, but, you know, one-off things, bad things happen. But in this case, it was premeditated, it was organised, and it sort of begs the question of, you know, was it helped by external forces? How were they recruited? Was it just totally self-motivated, or were they in touch with others, either inside the country or outside the country? And if that is the case, in either case really, can it therefore happen again? So it's much worse really, now that we know there was such meticulous preparation behind it all.
And Australia's obviously building a case to see what happened and how this deadly attack came about. But Rabbi, how does this new information affect our understanding of what actually happened?
Well, you're right to ask that question because, you know, in some ways, if you think about it, it's extraordinary, not just that that 2 people murder other civilians, and of course it was a totally random killing because, you know, from where they were, they couldn't see who they were killing exactly. They could have been killing, you know, anybody indiscriminately, whether they were Jewish or not Jewish. So it was a random murder, which is appalling. But in a sense, we need to wheel in not just the police, but also the psychologists. And try and understand the mentality behind the gunmen, because these were ordinary, reasonably educated people. How can reasonably ordinary, educated people do this? And of course, it's not just an Australian problem. You may remember we had the 7/7 bombings here in London, and for people who were very integrated, educated. In fact, one of them was a teacher, and had been through university and teachers training college, and you'd have thought would be sort of sensible and grounded in reality, grounded in humanity and common civilization, and yet went on to this murderous spree. So we need to sort of understand the mentality behind those sort of people, what appeals to them, and whether that sort of evil appeal, if you like, from ISIS or wherever it came from, is of particular interest to certain types of people. And what made them really... it's okay to have a cause, whether it's Free Palestine or whatever your cause is, but what made them avoid the political routes, the normal routes that most sensible people would use, whether it's protests or demonstrations or petitions or whatever it is, but made them go into this rampage. And particularly, of course, because they would know that other ISIS or other terrorist attacks haven't achieved anything. They achieved murder and mayhem and destroyed families, but in terms of furthering their cause, whatever cause it may be, it hasn't succeeded. So in a sense, it was not only a horrible, evil event, it was a totally futile event and didn't help them. And yet, these people prepared and went ahead and did it. So it's, as I say, not just a security issue, but a psychological one. And we need to do that to protect innocent civilians in the future and also protect society as a whole.
And it's really interesting because the Australian leader was actually booed yesterday as he attended that memorial event on Bondi Beach. He is coming under some fierce criticism over in Australia from critics who say his centre-left government has not done enough to curb a surge in anti-Semitism in Australia since the start of the Gaza war. And my question to you, Rabbi, is do you feel that since the Gaza war and since people saw those pictures of people starving to death in Gaza and what people were going through on a daily basis, there has been a rise in anti-Semitism, and how can that now be handled?
Yes, there's no doubt that, anti-Semitism has increased worldwide, and it's particularly because of what happened in Gaza after the Hamas attack on Israel and then Israel's response. And if you go back to previous flare-ups in the Middle East, there's always been a knock-on effect, perhaps more in Europe than in Australia, and I think that's what shocked Australians. But I think there were two particular problems with Bondi. One is it didn't come out of the blue. As you intimated, for the last 2 years, there had been attacks on Jews, on Jewish institutions, and a lot of sort of violent behaviour, and I think some places of Jewish interest were attacked or burnt down. And there was a lot of open anti-Semitism expressed, and I think Australians, and Jewish Australians in particular, felt that the authorities didn't clamp down hard enough. And then there was a particular issue of Bondi because there were no police actually there at the time. It took 10 minutes for the police to arrive. Now, if there had been at least 1 or 2 police cars just monitoring the event, which would have been quite sensible given the 2-year problems behind it, and given the fact that this was a high-profile, very public event, all those sort of things which happen in Europe or in England, there would be some kind of police presence. Why was there not in Bondi? Might it been that instead of 15 people were killed, only 1 or 2? I say only 1 or 2. That's still 1 or 2 too many, but at least the gunman would have been stopped much earlier. So there are legitimate questions for the Prime Minister to ask.
But, Rabbi, do you think governments in Europe are doing enough to protect the Jewish communities after what we've seen happen in Gaza? Do you think there is enough security in place?
Well, it is difficult. I have to tell you this, but partly for 2 reasons. Partly because a lot of these individuals are what are called lone wolves. In other words, they weren't operating as part of a larger organisation. That's certainly true of the attack here in Manchester when someone attacked a synagogue in Manchester in September. He was acting by himself. There are other incidents. Very hard to track down on individuals like that. And secondly, there is a balance between, yes, we want to protect synagogues, but we don't want to turn them into fortresses. We don't want to have barbed wire fire and sort of to say a tank outside would be ridiculous, but even the sight of armed policemen patrolling synagogues is a horrible sight, both for the worshippers who come in and who may be therefore sort of inhibited from entering, or just ordinary people who happen to be going past the street for all sorts of ordinary business. So it's a very delicate matter of protecting synagogues and Jewish life, but not doing it in a way that it becomes repressive. I think, of course, you can always increase security, and I think the police have woken up to that in this country, and as you may know, the two particular chants, Globalize the Intifada and From the River to the Sea, are now being deemed criminal offences, and people who utter them are being arrested in London and in Manchester. Now that's a change over the last week directly from the Bondi, because whatever the origins of those chants and whatever they were originally used for, they have now become very associated with anti-Semitic attitudes. And the problem is that anti-Semitic words lead to anti-Semitic behaviour, and dark words, dangerous words, lead to dangerous actions. And I suppose that's also where something else important comes in, which is the responsibility of everybody in society, because very often these people will inadvertently leave clues, or they will have conversations. Some of their dark thoughts will be expressed, not in public maybe, but maybe to family or to friends. And sometimes it's incumbent on us, if we hear people uttering some truly awful thoughts, which can then translate into truly awful deeds, we do have to take action and report them to the police.
Rabbi Jonathan Romain, as always, thank you so much for joining me and for your analysis. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Over 250 children abducted from a boarding school in Nigeria last month are now free. The Nigerian government confirmed that the last 130 children and teachers have been released. It is not clear who is behind these kidnappings, but experts believe they are for ransom. Meanwhile, in South Africa, a manhunt is underway after a shooting left 9 people dead. 7 men and 2 women were killed when about a dozen gunmen opened fire at patrons in a tavern near Johannesburg. The attackers apparently fired at random before fleeing the scene. Japan plans to restart the world's biggest nuclear power plant in just a month. Authorities approved the move for the facility, which has been dormant for more than a decade following the Fukushima disaster. So far, Japan has brought 14 of its 33 operable reactors back online since the 2011 closures. And finally, Waymo, the popular driverless ride-hailing service, came to a halt in San Francisco following a massive power outage. The autonomous cars stopped across the city, blocking regular traffic, and the service was also temporarily suspended. Israel has approved 19 new settlements in the occupied West Bank, angering the UN, Saudi Arabia and also the UK. Officials say the move blocks a Palestinian state, while critics warn it could worsen violence and hurt chances for a two-state solution. For more on this, I'm joined by Rahida Burgam, advisor on US and international affairs. Rahida, thank you so much for joining me this evening. First of all, is Israel moving a step closer to annexing the West Bank after the country approved 19 new settlements in occupied regions?
But that is exactly what's on the mind of the Israeli government and many of its supporters, to annex the West Bank. Now, President Donald Trump said that's not going to happen. But unless President Trump takes action to stop these settlers and settlements, from expanding, then what both the ministers of defense and finance in Israel said, that this move is about blocking the establishment of a Palestinian state, that would be a success story for them and a failure for exactly what Mr. Trump and other supporters of a Palestinian state as a solution will be facing. So either act up and stop them from aborting the possibility of a Palestinian state, like Smotrich and Katz want, these two ministers, or just stop claiming that you are providing that you are going to stop the annexation of the West Bank. Action, not words.
And this is really interesting because you talk about action, not words. And could we see retaliation from President Donald Trump to this latest move and other countries who have condemned this and recognized a Palestinian state?
Look, my dear colleague, lip service is one thing and action on the ground is another. The Europeans have done a great job supporting the establishment of a Palestinian state, the two-state solution. And they and many countries in the world have decided that there is no peace and no path to peace unless there is two-state solution. And everybody heard what the Saudis said, that no, we're not going to have normalization unless this two-state solution is real. So if that is the reality, then do something tangible in the face of the Israeli settlement policy. It's exactly with the defense minister and the minister of finance. So finance, why do I go to finance? Because Israel must really learn the language of that its deeds need to be met with sanctions. So the Europeans, the Americans, the rest of the world must make sure that sanctions are the language that Israel understands in terms of the issue of settlers and settlements, and that the annexation of the West Bank is really a nail in the coffin of anything called the new Middle East or a peace process or a Palestinian state alongside Israel.
And let's talk about Saudi Arabia. They condemned the attack and has made it clear before that normalization does, of course, depend on a two-state solution. Why is Israel pushing ahead with new settlements now, even at the risk of derailing these talks?
Because they're being tricky. Because there is an Israeli doctrine, the far right, the religious pact of the Israeli religious right, believes that Jordan is the alternative Palestinian state and that the annexation of the West Bank and, the taking over Gaza is part of the biblical promise to them, Samaria and Judea. So that is what they're on to. They're not pretending otherwise. So they need to be stopped. Either Mr. Trump realizes that there is no Abrahamic Accords, because the bonanza in the Abrahamic Accords is Saudi Arabia. Mm-hmm. Saudi Arabia is not bluffing. Saudi Arabia made it very clear that there will not be any normalization unless there is a serious path to a Palestinian state. That is not going to happen as long as there are settlements and settlers. The 19 settlements, the new ones approved by the government, by the cabinet, is really a slap in the face to the notion that, we can just do what we want and then we can get away with it. And also, don't forget, there is 700,000 settlers. So think of that. 700,000. Tomorrow they will produce more, and then there will be 1 million. And then, as they correctly said, Smotrich and Katz, they are literally blocking the establishment of a Palestinian state by expanding and enhancing the settlers and the settlements. So look at it. It's very simple. The picture is clear. Do something about it, Mr. World, all of the world, or just stop saying there is a path to a Palestinian state and a two-state solution.
And where does this leave President Donald Trump's Israel-Gaza ceasefire deal that he worked so hard on brokering and hailed it as something incredible to all the fanfare?
Well, he will continue. I mean, he is intent on making the deal success story because he wants the deal for Gaza to be transformed or to be met later, pretty soon, immediately into the deal for the Middle East altogether. So, yeah, he's going to continue with the focus on Gaza. He might not want to be distracted with, but might somebody tell him that it's just simply a 19 settlements issue, don't bother. He might not be, Mr. Trump is not really much into details. He likes the vision. He likes the big story. Here's my story and do it. Here's my vision and implement it. But the devil is in the details. This is not a small story. The 19 settlements, not settlers, that's it, 19 settlements approved by the cabinet, is a very dangerous story. So I think Mr. Trump should pressure Mr. Netanyahu when he sees him in Washington pretty soon and says, just don't play around like that. I know that you need to breathe. Don't breathe that way. That issue, if you want a Middle East, the new Middle East you're talking about, well, you need to deliver something. You can't just have your cake and eat it. So let's deal with that, because the Saudis are not going to come around unless there is a two-state solution in the horizon, nor will the rest of the Arab and Islamic world. So, you can't go on building settlements in the West Bank and pretending that you're doing a solution in Gaza. The issue, and I want to commend Mr. Trump for saying, no, they're not going to do that. They're not going to get away with that. I won't let it happen. When he was asked about the annexation by Israel of the West Bank, he said, I won't let it happen. Well, the Arabs and the Muslims are banking on the word of Mr. Trump. But Mr. Trump has got to show that he's taken action to make his words deeds.
Rahida Burgam, it's been brilliant to have you on, as always.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A Russian general has been killed in a car bombing in Moscow, officials say, as investigators probe whether Ukrainian intelligence was involved. The death of Lieutenant General Farnil Savazhrov comes amid ongoing US and Ukraine-led diplomatic talks in Miami aimed at ending the war with Russia. Though no major breakthrough has been reported, tensions do remain high as Ukrainian drones continue to strike Russian targets in the south. For more on this, I'm joined from Kyiv by John Cavillage, Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. John, thank you so much for joining me. I just want to begin with the Russian Major General being killed in a car blast in Moscow. It appears to be part of a pattern of Putin's top brass who have died in similar ways. So does this come as any surprise?
Not really surprised, but, the bigger story, if there can be, when someone dies, and I apologize, the electricity just went out here, but the generator there we go, generator will kick on. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you, John, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. The important element here is that Ukraine has, they've taken credit for some, but not others. But the three generals that have been killed were lieutenant generals and one major general. What's important there is that the Ukrainians aren't going after full generals. And primarily that's because when you're a full general, you're at the top. You're no longer really the CEO. You're more like the chairman because you've been there 30 or 40 years, and oftentimes it's the final promotion before you retire. By going after the second layer, that can hurt the Ministry of Defense, because these are the people who have been in their jobs for 10 or 15 or 20 years. They're the ones that they're the mechanics. They're the operations people. And so the Ukrainians are really smart, not going after the ceremonial tapestry that would come with killing a full general, a big ceremony and the big funerals and all that stuff, but going after the people that can really make a difference.
And how much of a blow will this be to Moscow, as it appears Ukraine is using psychological warfare here, John?
It's not going to be all that impactful. It's demonstrative. Optically, it's appealing certainly to citizens of Ukraine, and it is fearful, or it creates fear in terms of citizens of Moscow, because car bombs, by their definition, are ugly and somewhat uncontrollable, because you may be watching and you may be detonating the bomb from a visual distance, but still, you never know. Can a child walk in front of the car, or run to the side of a car as it blows up, or a woman's pregnant? There's just all these sort of things that could go wrong. But the Ukrainians, we've talked about this, they're still suffering from that elasticity theory break. And that is, President Putin is willing to do what he wants to do to get what he wants. And by that, I mean, he's willing to kill civilians, men, women, children, attack schools and train stations and hospitals. President Zelensky can't do that in response. So President Zelensky, as much as he wants to, his own people aren't going to let him be like Russians. The countries that are supporting Ukraine aren't going to let him do that. So he has to do what he's been doing, which is you attack air bases, you attack oil refineries, you attack tankers, you attack military personnel. But that really doesn't instill a lot of fear into people in Russia, because the people of Russia know that he basically can't do to them what they are doing to him.
And John, I just want to turn our focus to, over the weekend, numerous talks have been taking place in Miami. There have been delegations from Ukraine, Russia and the US all holding talks. Has there been any kind of breakthrough at all?
No breakthroughs. And, optics are important with these types of meetings. And what's interesting with Mr. Dmitriev, who's the head of the Sovereign Wealth Fund in Russia, educated in like Harvard or Stanford, and he's well known in circles, even in Kiev. He's well known to Kiev bankers in their previous lives in the United States. You noticed when he walked in to that country club in Miami, which is co-owned by Mr. Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East and to Russia. Dmitriev is a business guy, but he was carrying no papers, not a briefcase, not a folder, nothing. He was dressed in a blazer with a T-shirt, and around him there weren't people carrying lots of stuff. That is somewhat telling, because if you're going in prepared with proposals, counter proposals, prepared to argue, prepared to say, well, okay, you're showing me this. Well, let me show you this. This is a guy that's going to a country club, and he's acting like he's going to a country club. So not expecting, nor did we get any kind of, miraculous breakthrough, because these were a bunch of folks sitting around, having club sandwiches.
And I also saw him post a picture up on Twitter of himself, a selfie, just outside that country club, John. But really interesting analysis there. Like you say, he just kind of went for a casual lunch. But it was a bit bizarre when I saw that selfie. I was like, oh, OK, that's where we are in these talks. But anyway, moving on. I want to talk to you about something that you're doing personally at the moment. We just saw the lights flicker there because you are in Kyiv, but you are on a journey right now with Ukrainian railways. Can you tell us about your experience so far?
Yeah, it's, about almost 19 days, 4,000, nearly 4,000 miles or so by the time I get done with everything. And it's going to basically the route that I normally do, which is, arriving to Kiev and then to Kharkiv and then to Sumy, or in this case, it was Sumy, then Kharkiv, and then Zaporizhzhia, and then Odessa. And those are the laboratories. And I was in Kharkiv when the war began on the 24th of February, 2022. And so continue to return to these places and do so by rail as opposed to armored vehicle, because you gain more of a visual by going to the train station, waiting for the train, being on the train, and then getting off the train and going. And it's a lot easier to gather information in real time and to see what you've seen before. And that's a big part of what I do as an analyst, that we find our laboratories and then we keep going back to them. And I've done the same thing in Russia, which is, my two cities in Russia that are my labs are Kursk and Belgorod, because they're the two cities in Russia closest to the Ukrainian border. Well, in Ukraine, Sumy, Kharkiv, Zaporizhzhia are the three cities that are closest to the Russian border. And so they're getting hit the hardest. Sumy was, where I was first. They've just, they continue to just get hammered. But the people, there is always, that bit of resilience, and there is always, young people are out being young people. I've noticed that it seems to be more young people are smoking cigarettes and vaping than in the past. Into Kharkiv, the Christmas decorations are up, but they're still going up. And this was on Sunday, 4 days before Christmas. But Christmas is new. This is the second year they're holding it on the 25th of December, the Gregorian calendar, rather than the Julian calendar rather than Gregorian January 7th calendar. So there are still changes going there, but you see people in stores, you see more businesses, in some respects, like a lot more flower shops, a lot more convenience stores, and they're really nice convenience stores and nice flower shops. But you look at it and go, how can an area support all of this stuff? 3 and 4 flower shops within 100 meters or so. But there they are. And in other cases, businesses that have been there for a while have closed up. So it's it's a challenge, because you're going to these places and the Russians are hitting them every day and all night long, and the air raid sirens go out or go off. You head down to the bomb shelters, but sometimes, I'll admit to being irresponsible, because you get used to it. And I'm able to leave here. Ukrainians can't or don't. But there are times those sirens go off and it's late at night, early in the morning, and just like, no, I'll look out the window, see the tracers, see everything going on. So I'm admitting something that's probably really stupid.
John Cavalage, thank you so much for speaking to me, and please do take care of yourself while you're on that journey. I know it is easy to come complacent, as you say, but thank you. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and good night.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. The release of the Epstein files seized attention in the United States and abroad, dominating headlines with controversy over redactions, missing material, and political accountability, and also briefly pushing other global issues out of focus. In the Middle East, Israel advanced a parallel push, preparing an intelligence dossier ahead of a planned meeting between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, seeking to persuade Washington to back renewed action against Iran and move from coordination to concrete decisions. We'll start with the Epstein files, as American media largely framed the release as a process failure rather than a revelation, emphasizing heavy redactions, briefly missing documents, and unanswered questions. Coverage focused on political fallout, including pressure on the Justice Department and scrutiny involving Donald Trump and Pam Bondi. Many outlets also highlighted victims' frustration, noting that the disclosures so far offered little clarity or accountability. The Washington Post traces a fast-moving clash between Congress and Justice Department over the release of the Epstein records, framing it as a test of transparency and political will. The piece explains that lawmakers like Ro Khanna and Thomas Macy threatened contempt proceedings against Attorney General Pam Bondi, accusing the department of selective disclosure. The report emphasizes process, laying out legal requirements, official explanations, and bipartisan frustration, while underscoring how the handling of the files, including material touching Donald Trump, how it risks prolonging political and public distrust. The Post also revealed details from the latest Epstein document release, a 1996 FBI complaint alleging child pornography that had never before been publicly acknowledged. The piece recounts the story of Maria Farmer, who says she warned federal authorities years before any investigation began, and also using the newly released files and reactions from Farmer and her sister. The report shows how the government documented but did not act on serious allegations. Other publications emphasized the need to examine the files without fueling confusion or conspiracy. Ankush Karduri writes in Politico, offering a clear, disciplined guide for navigating the release of the Epstein files. The author, a former federal prosecutor, lays out 5 rules. First, don't try to interpret raw documents on your own. Also, understand what different records actually represent. Remember that sleazy behavior is not the same as criminal conduct, and be skeptical of early selective releases. And also closely watch what material involving Donald Trump is disclosed or delayed. The piece argues that poorly contextualized files can mislead the public and be weaponized politically. British media, on the other hand, treated the Epstein files as a morality and power story, focusing on elite access, reputational damage, and scandal rather than process. Coverage emphasized figures such as Prince Andrew, or formerly Prince Andrew, framing the release as fresh evidence of institutional failure and privilege. Less attention was paid to U.S. legal mechanics, with more weight given to symbolism, accountability, and hypocrisy at the top. The Telegraph details newly surfaced allegations from the Epstein files that cast fresh light on a December 2000 weekend hosted by formerly Prince Andrew at Sandringham. Drawing also on household staff accounts and newly released photograph, the piece disputes Andrew's claim that the gathering was a routine shooting party. Staff reportedly found gift baskets in guest bathrooms containing sex, drugs, toys, poppers, and lubricant, items never present during other royal visits and approved by someone in authority. The report also notes that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were invited separately, contradicting Andrew's assertion that Epstein was merely a +1. The piece portrays the weekend as a misuse of royal access that shocked staff and tarnished one of the monarchy's most private estates. The Guardian argues that the newly released Epstein images deepen the case that Prince Andrew acted as a gateway to elite British society for Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The analysis included photos from Sandringham, Balmoral, and also Ascot, and they all show repeated access to royal spaces, reinforcing biographers' claims that Andrew was exploited as a, quote, useful idiot, unquote. Now, the piece also frames the images as vindicating King Charles's III decision to strip Andrew of titles, portraying a friendship that damaged both the monarchy and Andrew himself. Other stories grabbed headlines in the U.S. J.D. Vance at the Turning Point USA America Fest. Newsweek frames J.D. Vance as using Turning Point USA to position himself as a unifier and also heir to the MAGA movement. The piece, as you can see, describes how speaking at America Fest, honoring late founder Charlie Kirk, Vance called for openness and restraint after public disputes on stage. The piece highlights deep divisions within the coalition over Israel, religion, immigration, and also identity, and shows how Turning Point USA is embracing debate while backing Vance as a figure who might hold the fractured movement together ahead of 2028. The Wall Street Journal reported on a sudden internal clash at the CBS News after a completed 60-minute segment was pulled just before airing. The segment examined a maximum security prison in El Salvador, where the Trump administration sent hundreds of Venezuelan migrants, and included interviews also with deported men who said they endured brutal and torturous conditions. The piece explains how correspondent Sharon Alfonsi wrote in a private email that editor-in-chief Barry Weiss spiked the story for political reasons, noting it had been screened multiple times, legally cleared, and also already promoted. The report also quotes CBS, who said the report needed additional reporting, highlighting a rare public dispute over editorial judgment and newsroom independence. To the Middle East, as Israel Hayom reports that Israel is preparing a detailed intelligence dossier ahead of an expected Florida meeting between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, aimed at persuading Washington to back new action against Iran. The report explains the dossier outlines claims that Iran is rebuilding its nuclear and missile capabilities and programs, expanding global terror operations, and also funding groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. It also highlights Israeli officials' hope to move talks from coordination to concrete decisions, weighing military strikes alongside harsher sanctions and efforts to exploit Iran's growing economic and internal instability. The Times of Israel reveals that Israeli intelligence flagged suspicious Hamas activity less than 24 hours before the October 7, 2023 attack, but failed to act on it. According to the report, drone operation over Gaza on October the 6th raised concerns about Hamas behavior, which were passed to the IDF forces, or the IDF Southern Command specifically. The warning was reportedly dismissed as routine Hamas training exercise. And also the piece concludes that such suspicions raise new questions about intelligence failures ahead of the Hamas assault. And we'll end with this opinion article by Amir al-Shobaki in Sharq al-Awsat, who argues that Israel's attempt to frame the Sydney attack as proof of inherent Arab or Muslim anti-Semitism collapsed because of the actions of Ahmed al-Ahmad. The author says that Israeli officials used the attack to reinforce a familiar narrative that Jews are targeted because they are Jews, and Israel is attacked because it is Jewish, not because of occupation or policy. The author goes on to say that Al-Ahmad, who disarmed the attacker without killing him, is presented as a direct rebuttal to that claim. His actions, the piece argues, expose the false generalization of Arabs and Muslims as potential terrorists and undermined efforts to weaponize the tragedy for political ends. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies only on Al Arabiya English.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal. Coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios, this is your weekly bulletin bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, with the end of 2025 in sight, we analyse the overall performance of the kingdom's economy, including the real GDP growth figure of 4.8% in Q3 compared to the same period in 2024. With people front and centre in Vision 2030, we look at how online learning platforms are helping the Saudi workforce to strengthen their skill sets. We'll be speaking to the CEO of Coursera, Greg Hart. And with more than 200 fintech companies in the kingdom, Saudi Arabia is going full throttle at its bid to be a fintech hub. We'll be speaking to Jawad Mahmood, who is the CEO of the payment services company MyTM. With the year drawing to a close, we're going to kick off with a look at the latest indicators on how the Saudi economy has performed in 2025. We now have the Q3 GDP figure, and the kingdom's real gross domestic product grew 4.8% year-on-year in the third quarter, supported by strong expansion in both oil and non-oil sectors. Well, oil activity rose more than 8%, non-oil activity was up more than 4.3%. Underlining continued momentum in the kingdom's diversification drive. Well, separately, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources has announced that the industrial sector has added 180 billion riyals to non-oil GDP, again reflecting the steady economic expansion and progress under Vision 2030. Let's get more on this now, and I'm joined by Jamil Ahmed, who is the global markets commentator. He joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us, Jamil. As the year draws to a close, just wanted to get your initial thoughts on how you think the Saudi economy has performed during the course of 2025.
Tom, there's definitely been an outperformance, and I think in all of the weeks that we've done these regular interviews, we must be close to 10 interviews now, there hasn't been 1 week where we haven't spoken about an economic growth forecast for 2025 or for 2026 when it comes to Saudi Arabian economy. Starting with last week's GDP figures, as you pointed out in the introduction, we saw economic growth over the third quarter of 4.8% compared to the previous year. Just days ago, we also saw the World Bank, of course, one of the leading institutions when it comes to think tanks. They upped their forecast for 2025. They see around 3.8% growth for this year. And then we've had other institutions, including the OECD, the IMF, and so forth, up in their growth forecast. Let's just mention the IMF briefly. They see growth at 4% for 2025 and likely to see growth at just above 4% for 2026. So we're certainly seeing an outperformance for Saudi Arabia. I think there's many initiatives driving this factor, including, of course, the 2030 vision and some of the global economic factors as well. But overall, we are seeing that the global economy is seeing moderate to slow growth 2025, a number of different external issues. But that hasn't impacted Saudi Arabia. And in fact, the economic growth for this year has been one of those shining stars compared to where other economies are headed.
Okay, so good news to start with. And of course, another number that we quite often talk about is inflation. Inflation now down to its lowest level since December 2024. What do you read into that?
Yes, so we saw the figure come out just a couple of days ago. We saw inflation of around 1.9% annualized compared to this time last year. It was the lowest figure since December 2024. In fact, we should talk more about how much this also helps the economy, because you have low inflation essentially over a sustainable period. Everyday people in Saudi Arabia have more disposable income, so more income and money to spend on the economy. But particularly, I would also highlight, as part of the 2030 vision about making Saudi Arabia more of a hub, not just for events, but also for businesses coming into Saudi Arabia. If you see lower inflation, it becomes more enticing and more encouraging to set up investments and businesses for the longer term. And I think we also should highlight the impact that the weaker dollar, the US currency, has had on Saudi Arabia this year as well, because obviously if you're coming from overseas, you'll find in your visits to the GCC countries, those currencies that are pegged to the dollar becomes less expensive, and also less expensive to set up businesses, whether that's manufacturing hubs, headquarters for some of these mainstream companies and so forth. So all of that inflation is also a positive impact on top of the government measures that are taking place as part of 2030 anyway.
Okay, Jamil, let's look forwards now. I mean, what sort of a year can we expect 2026 to be for the Saudi economy?
So we're going to be firmly into the final 5 years as part of that 2030 government vision. And I think we're going to see more strong growth for Saudi Arabia. Perhaps we're not going to see so many economic growth forecasts as we've already seen for 2025 heading into 2026. But some of the think tanks already, for example, are seeing growth around 4.5% last year. So we're going to, next year, sorry. So then we're still going to see very strong growth. And I would also highlight that we're already seeing non-oil exports for the first half of this year at the highest levels on records. We're expecting to see such trends and momentum continue into 2026. Of course, with Saudi Arabia also hosting so many international events, whether that's sporting conferences or industry events and so forth, a lot more tourism, a lot more international visitors going to be entering Saudi Arabia. And I think we're going to see Saudi Arabia's global brand as well expand more for 2026. So we're going to see a lot of movement around Saudi Arabia, a lot of focus, but that GDP is expected to continue to remain much stronger than global peers. In fact, the growth that we're going to see in Saudi Arabia is also going to help the GCC. And one of the economic reports that we've seen come out over the past couple of days is that the GCC and the MENA region are expected to outgrow the world economy for next year. We're looking at somewhere around 3.6% GCC and MENA growth, whereas the world economy is going to see growth around just below 3%. So a lot of outperformance. So I would also expect to see the tether world, the stock markets, and those local indices also benefit from some more focus on the region.
I just want to pick you up on that because that's a really important point. You're basically saying that in 2026, we can expect Saudi Arabia to do markedly better than the world economy as a whole. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. It's not going to be that 2025 was a one-off. We're actually going to see that be more of a concentration and more of a focus in 2026. And it wouldn't surprise me to see more of the mainstream media outlets and more of the mainstream financial publications start to highlight that factor even more firmly.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for talking us through that. A positive note to start on for this edition. Jamil Ahmed, Global Markets Commentator, thank you very much indeed for your analysis. Now, Vision 2030 puts people firmly at the centre of change, with a strong focus on developing local talent for a more diversified and innovative economy. Well, driving that innovation means building a highly skilled workforce equipped with the latest knowledge and expertise. Well, the online learning platform Coursera is now zeroing in on the Saudi market. With more than 350 university and industry partners worldwide, it's well placed to help learners strengthen their skill set. Well, we're joined now by Coursera's CEO, Greg Hart. Greg, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much, Tom. It's a pleasure to be here.
First of all, just tell us, what courses do you offer at Coursera and which ones are proving to be the biggest hits in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I'll start with a broad statement about Saudi Arabia. So we have 1.7 million learners in Saudi Arabia, which is up 26% year over year. And those learners, like learners across the globe, are very much focused on building job-ready skills. So that aligns very well with Vision 2030. And one of the biggest areas that we're seeing interest in across all of Coursera, and certainly true here in Saudi Arabia, is interest in Gen AI. So we now have more than 1,100 Gen AI courses on the Coursera catalog. That's up from only about 500 odd in 2024. And we're seeing an unbelievable pace of interest in those courses from our learners here in Saudi Arabia and around the world. We now have an average of more than 14 enrollments per minute happening in Gen AI related content on Coursera in 2025. That number is up from only 8 enrollments per minute in 2024 and only 1 enrollment per minute in 2023. 2023. So we're seeing this incredible skyrocketing interest in Gen AI content. Obviously, that's because of the impact that Gen AI is having in every different sector and every role. That obviously is a big part of what the Vision 2030 is all about here in Saudi Arabia, upskilling the workforce, ensuring that people have the skills that they need to succeed for the jobs of tomorrow, and not just the jobs of today. And it's an interest that we're very much aligned with in terms of how we are focusing and shaping Coursera's offering, both for enterprise partners and for individual learners around the world and here in Saudi Arabia as well.
Oh, okay, so Greg, you're saying you basically fit in very neatly to Vision 2030, which is obviously seeking to develop local knowledge and local talent. What does the demand for your courses reflect as far as Saudi Arabia's priorities are concerned? How do you see them reflected in the demand?
Well, a few things. Number one, Gen AI has the potential to contribute up to $42 billion to Saudi Arabia's GDP, according to Accenture and SDAIA. And so that's a massive number. But to realize that potential, it's going to require large-scale upskilling and reskilling initiatives. And so Vision 2030 is all about that, of course. And online learning is one of the most scalable enablers of that. So by 2030, 50% of Saudi Arabia's workforce is going to need retraining to enable that. And that's from Coursera's Future of Jobs report from this year, earlier this year in 2025. And so that's a huge number to reskill 50% of the workforce. Obviously that requires, not just the willingness on the part of the workforce, but also a scalable way to do that. And that's where online learning and Coursera can really play a key role. And we see that reflected in the fact that Saudi Arabia is really responding decisively to that opportunity through a number of strategic initiatives and investments. So, of course, the recent introduction of AI education at all grade levels through the SPA. And then on Coursera, we see that reflected specifically here in Saudi Arabia in the Gen AI enrollments that we've seen. So we have more than 129,000 Gen AI enrollments coming from Saudi Arabia, 57,000 in 2025 alone. Saudi Arabia ranks number 2 regionally on Coursera's AI Maturity Index. And Coursera's second largest market in the Middle East and North Africa is Saudi Arabia. And so we see the fact that the vision of Saudi Vision 2030 is being reflected in the interest in Coursera and in the enrollments that we're seeing on the platform.
Okay, and what about the split between men and women enrolling on your courses? How's that evolving?
Well, I do think that, obviously online learning can be a massive leveler of the playing field. We see that reflected on a global basis. We see that also here in Saudi Arabia. And so we can, I don't have the stats on the gender mix off the top of my head for Saudi Arabia. But we do see that there is, and obviously the kingdom has invested substantially in education for men and for women. On the drive-in from the airport, we passed by Princess Noura, the massive, women university here in Riyadh. And so there's been a phenomenal amount of investment here. And Coursera sees that reflected generally on the platform, where we have a very even mix across men and women. And we also see that women and first-time learners tend to be the ones who actually engage more with some of our features like Coursera Coach, which is an AI-driven tutor that rides alongside the learner in every single course. It's available in 97% of the courses on Coursera. And learners who engage with Coach have higher quiz pass rates, higher completion rates, and higher satisfaction. So 94% of learners who've engaged with Coach say that it improved their experience. 60% of those learners also say that it drove better career outcomes for them. So there's a phenomenal opportunity for tools like Coach and other capabilities that we have on Coursera to really level the playing field.
Now, partnerships are really important to Coursera at many different levels. Tell us about the sorts of partnerships that you've been striking in Saudi Arabia.
Sure. So it depends on the institution, but we've, as an example, I started the day with a meeting with Prince Sultan University, which we've partnered with since 2022. We enable departments across the university, across PSU, to offer courses on Coursera to their students as a way to enable part of their grading requirement. And so they can use courses on Coursera to augment the learning that they're doing in the classroom. And there's an opportunity through Course Builder, which is an AI-driven capability that we offer to educators to enable them to easily create courses through existing material and also blending the material that they have with courses from Coursera. And so that's one of the ways that we enable universities to accelerate learning and to augment their curriculum as well. We also have a partnership with the National E-Learning Center, NELC, here. And so that was another meeting that we had today. And then the Human Capabilities Development Program, so HCDP, which is the meeting that I came from most recently here. And so we have partnerships with a broad range of both government institutions and universities, as well as, companies here in Saudi Arabia, Aramco being a prime example of that. And so we really have examples of partnerships and customers across both government, higher education, and business as well.
Do you think we're going to see a growing shift away from traditional learning methods and institutions in situ towards online education, a bit like what you're offering there at Coursera?
I do think I would say it's not so much a shift away from higher education as much as a recognition that the traditional skills that higher education has offered really need to evolve to meet the rapidly changing needs of the workforce and employers. And so one of the things that we've been developing to help address that is skills tracks. And so because of the recognition that increasingly, given the pace of technological change, what people might have learned in university may no longer be as relevant, or that the degree that they had, the demand for that degree might be decreasing. And so there's a real imperative for both institutions and companies and individuals to really upskill and reskill to remain relevant.
Okay, Greg, just lastly, we've talked about AI a couple of times already in this conversation. It seems to be a major buzzword in quite a lot of the courses that Coursera seems to be offering. Could we be looking at a bubble here, or do you think this is something that's here to stay and that everyone needs to be prepared for?
Well, I won't pretend to be a perfect forecaster of whether AI is a bubble in the short term from a market perspective. I believe in the long run, AI will have a larger impact than the mobile phone or than the internet in terms of the way that it transforms the nature of work and the nature of learning. I believe it is a phenomenally incredible technology that continues to evolve at a very, very rapid pace, and that generally, I think human beings aren't very good at forecasting the long-range impact of transformational technologies like that, whereas in the short term, they might potentially overinflate the impact of those technologies. But I think it will have a fundamental impact, and so it's imperative that people, regardless of their profession, regardless of their age, regardless of their job, that they focus on making sure that they stay conversant and learn the skills that they need for a world that is changing more rapidly than ever before.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Greg Hart, the CEO of Coursera. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories from the past week. Saudi Arabia has secured second place out of 197 countries in this year's GovTech Maturity Index. The figures, released by the World Bank, reflect the kingdom's excellence in digital governance. Well, in recent years, Saudi Arabia has worked to re-engineer government services and build advanced digital infrastructure very much in line with Vision 2030. As the authorities move to regulate the property market, Saudi Arabia has introduced stricter rules for landlords. These include tough penalties for those who breach rental regulations. Well, amongst the new rules, landlords who unlawfully raise rents face a hefty fine starting at 2 months' rent for a first offence, rising to up to 1 year's rent for repeat violations. Well, officials say the measures aim to improve compliance, transparency and stability across the rental sector. And highlighting defence cooperation between Saudi Arabia and the United States, the kingdom has floated its newest naval vessel, named His Majesty King Saud. This in the US state of Wisconsin. Well, the ship is the first of 4 multi-mission combat vessels being built under the Tuwaiq project for the Royal Saudi Naval Forces. Well, officials say the program will enhance fleet readiness to address emerging maritime threats. Now, Saudi Arabia has a growing focus on financial services and aims to be a thriving fintech hub by the year 2030. Well, back in 2018, there were just 10 fintech companies in the kingdom. There are now well over 200. Well, this growth has been accompanied by a significant increase in fintech-related employment. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Jawad Mahmood, who is the co-founder and the CEO of MyTM, which is a payment services and software development company. Thank you so much for talking to us. I wanted to start by asking you about MyTM, which is, of course, a fintech company operational in 5 countries across the world, amongst them Saudi Arabia. Just start by telling us a bit about what you do.
Okay, so MyTM was basically founded in 2018, in Pakistan, by the way, initially. So being a Pakistani, we were thinking to develop a wallet. Our actual main role model was WeChat. That's what we want to do. But then because of the regulations, they were not available there. We started developing fintech products, and then we entered into the Saudi market and we made Riyadh as our headquarters. So what we did, the products that we developed for ourselves that we were supposed to use for our customers, we started selling those products to the Saudi market, to the fintech industry. Specifically, the first product that we launched in the Saudi market was a digital wallet. Other product that we launched, where we got the SAMA NOC. SAMA is the Saudi Central Bank. And they gave us a NOC on a SME digital lending portal, where we reduced the lending time for a small and medium enterprise from 7 days to 3 minutes, up to $500,000 riyal. So this was the first of its kind product that was launched in Saudi Arabia. Saudi market is basically, I would say, like, they are focused on the new dynamic things. They are focused on technology, AI. And if you come up with a new idea, new concept that is going to ease out things for the customers and consumers, they welcome you. So after that, we entered into the UAE market, and we choose that UAE market to resell those products internationally. Now recently, MyTM, it got acquired by one of biggest Saudi fintech, that is called Burq. Burq is a digital wallet in Saudi Arabia. So Burq has acquired MyTM, and now Burq has recently got an EM license in Pakistan as well. So I am also the shareholder of Burq in Pakistan and Burq International, and I'm also heading MyTM as a CEO.
Okay, so you mentioned one of your products there. It's described on your website as being a white label wallet. Just tell our viewers, what does that actually mean?
Okay, see, a white label digital wallet simply means a company that doesn't have a license, but they want to facilitate their customer. For example, I give you one example. You can say any food delivery application, like Hunger Station in Saudi Arabia, Deliveroo in UAE, or like Uber Eats in the Western markets. So these particular companies have customers, they have drivers, they have restaurants, and they have a big ecosystem of the payments, because the payment has to go from customer. If it's a cash-based payment, it will go to the driver, and then from driver it will be going to maybe the restaurant or somewhere. And if it's a digital payment, it will be directly sent to that particular restaurant or any food delivery chain. So they need these kind of solutions. They are not regulated, but they have a big transactional volume. So under a license of any regulated company, a white label solution is being offered. So because as a Burq in Saudi Arabia, we have a license, and as a Burq Pakistan, we have a license. So we can offer white label solutions to these kind of companies where they can act as a wallet. And if you talk about the top 3 products, so we have wallet, white label wallet, payment aggregation, and I would say the top one is our loan management and loan origination system. That is totally digital, and it is connected with all the government services. It is connected with the digital KYC, KYB, AML, and everything. This is one of our most top rated products.
Now, Jawad, I was reading that you've got a partnership which offers pilgrims doing the Hajj the opportunity to make digital payments. Tell us a bit about how that works.
Okay, so digital payments, currently, our main focus for the digital payments is the cross-border. So what we are doing and what we will be doing in the future is the partnerships with other FIs in other countries. So with these digital payments, our main focus is the financial inclusion of those people who are not part of the ecosystem. There is, if you see about the GCC market, even if you see in the European market, people from the second world and third world countries, they are working there, but their earning is like a taxi driver, a Uber driver, or maybe a delivery man. Their earning is even more than an officer in their own home country. So whenever they leave the resident country and go back to their native country, in those banking systems, they don't exist. So the main focus of these kind of partnerships for the digital payments is to bring them into a kind of an ecosystem wherever they will go. Their previous credit history will be going with them. This is how we are doing the partnerships.
Now, Jawad, I just wanted to ask you, you're originally from Pakistan, but you've found success in Saudi Arabia. And I'm just wondering what you attribute that success to and how easy you found it to do business in Saudi Arabia.
In Saudi Arabia, with the current latest initiatives taken by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government, they have made it very convenient. And Saudi market is actually welcoming new talent, new products. And if you have out of the box and if you have a very nice kind of idea, they welcome you. And the investment ecosystem in Saudi Arabia is very good. They see a good team, they see the potential, and they invest in you. So I would say they are doing a tremendous job in giving ease of business to expats or the entrepreneurs who want to come and work in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, and just lastly, Jawad, I mean, there have been a lot of headlines in the last few weeks about deepening ties between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. And I'm just wondering, especially to you, you are of Pakistani origin, in the business world, where do you see these ties heading to?
I think there will be new horizons that will be opened between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. And because I'm from the Fintech industry, so I will have more focus on this kind of thing. So the cross-border payments will be increased. The new talent will be moving from Pakistan to Saudi Arabia, and there will be. It's not just, you can say it is not just a defense pact that has been signed. It will be going to become a bigger economic boost between two countries. And I think with this kind of new ties and new collaborations happening between two countries, it's going to be like, I would say, a new kind of an ecosystem will be developed, where those people who are like, recently there was a discussion going on. We have a diaspora of a lot of Pakistanis living in the Western countries, and they are actually focusing on investing in Saudi Arabia, bringing in labor from Pakistan and giving them opportunities there. So these kind of new horizons will be open for both countries. So the investment will be happening, labor from Pakistan will be going there, and it's going to be a new kind of concept that will be happening in between these two countries.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Jawad Mahmood, the founder and CEO of MyTM. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
Now, for those of you who know Riyadh, the city has a thriving art scene, as you probably are aware. Well, one thriving hub is the Jax district in Diriyah. Well, Jax will be the backdrop for the 2026 edition of the Diriyah Contemporary Art Biennale, which opens on January the 30th. Well, more than 65 artists from 37 different countries are going to be participating under the theme In Interludes and Transitions. Well, organisers say the Biennale reflects Deria's growing role as a global cultural hub. And finally, this year's edition of Riyadh Season kicked off in October. And according to the chairman of the Saudi General Entertainment Authority, Turki Al-Sheikh, Riyadh Season has already attracted more than 8 million visitors. Well, organisers say the strong turnout reflects the season's wide range of events, and popular attractions include Boulevard City, which is home to theatres, concerts and entertainment shows, and also Boulevard World, which offers country-inspired experiences. Well, if you want to check out Riyadh Season, you have got until March to do so. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again for more coverage throughout the course of 2026. Meanwhile, do stay tuned.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Al Arabiya English. As fighting continues in eastern Ukraine, peace talks and ceasefire proposals keep stalling over one key issue: the control of the Donbas. Here's why it matters. The Donbas, made up of Donetsk and Luhansk, was once Ukraine's industrial heartland, rich in coal, factories, and key transport networks. But its importance goes far beyond economics. Since 2014, parts of the Donbas have been controlled by Russian-backed forces, turning it into a frontline even before Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion. For Russia, the Donbas is politically, militarily, and symbolically central, a core part of Putin's goals and a justification for the war. Holding it also strengthens Russia's grip on occupied territory. For Ukraine, Donbas is vital to national identity, defense, and future recovery, a region that carries deep personal significance for millions of Ukrainians. As Ukrainian leaders say, surrendering it would reward Russian aggression and leave the country more vulnerable to future attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky argues that it is domestically impossible, as surrendering the region would be unconstitutional and opposed by roughly 75% of Ukrainians. As long as both sides see the Donbas as non-negotiable, it remains not just a battlefield, but the biggest obstacle to peace.
A war against drug cartels, a regime change operation, or is this all about oil? President Donald Trump's latest move against Venezuela has some questioning his true intentions. The seizure of a sanctioned oil tanker and its oil has raised eyebrows. Add to that a newly imposed blockade. Is it an act of war? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Professor Ammar Yaghi, congratulations. I mean, wow, it is such an honor to be talking to you, the first Saudi scientist to win a Nobel Prize. I mean, I'm really grateful to be here today. And when your name was announced in Stockholm, was it a moment of surprise or more of the accumulation of a lifelong inner journey, so to speak?
It was a surprise. I mean, I received the call from the committee when I was landing in Frankfurt and taking my bags to deplane. So it was very surprising, and I was right there in the plane while they were telling me that I have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. And they were talking about the different presentations that they were going to make in 90 minutes before the official announcement, and they asked me whether I would be available to give interviews. And I said, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to because I would be on my next flight during that time. So it was absolutely fantastic, and there is you can't prepare for moments such as this.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, tell me more about how you felt. How did it feel after all this hard work that you've been doing, all this research you've been doing to finally have this moment announced?
Well, I think scientists do science for two reasons. One is that they want to stimulate their mind, advance the frontiers of knowledge for the benefit of humanity, but they also want to be recognized for their work. And I think that those are two important components. If you ask a scientist to work in an isolation and they can't report their work, they can't talk about their work, they probably wouldn't do it. So I think that this is important to keep in mind, is that we work for advancing the frontiers of knowledge. And when our research, our results have benefit to society, it's really an amazing feeling. And to be called by the Nobel Committee, which is the highest honor a scientist could receive, that's just an icing on the cake. And it's really part of an important legacy for a scientist to be awarded such a prize. It also, I think the prize allows us to, especially the emerging generation, to open their eyes to what is possible. I think it enhances the science, it encourages the youth, and it brings the science up front and center in society. I think those are very, very important for building an educated society.
I can imagine, and I will get back to that in just a moment. Professor, now, as the first scientist carrying the name of Saudi Arabia to receive a Nobel in chemistry, how does this reflect on the significant advancements Saudi Arabia is witnessing in the fields of research, development, and as well as innovation?
Well, first, I want to thank His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and I also want to thank the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, for the support that they've shown me during the last years, for supporting my research, encouraging me. I think this is important to mention. Science cannot be done in vacuum. It requires a lot of different contributions from different sides, and they have done a tremendous job in supporting me. I also want to thank KAXT, King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, for their collaboration, scientific collaboration over the last many years. These two aspects have helped me craft our research and direct our research in directions that benefit society. And we've taken the basic science all the way to applications and to commercialization through these collaborations and through the support of His Majesty and His Royal Highness in this regard. And I just want to mention that and thank them very much. This is an important time to acknowledge the people who have contributed to my success. In terms of its impact on society, I think the kingdom is going through an amazing transformation to become an important contributor to the world scene of science, and not just science, but also technology. And you can see every day different initiatives, such as the Al-2030 initiative, which is an important initiative for evolving the science in the kingdom. This is very important. The kingdom has a lot of smart people, and especially in universities, and these initiatives are very important at providing them opportunities, opening the door for them to experience and achieve their potential.
Beautiful. Completely agree, Professor. Now, let's talk a little bit science. When you first imagined materials, molecule by molecule, did you ever think it will lead to drinking water from air desert? I mean, such a radical transformation, at least for me.
Very good question. When I set out to do research, I really just I wanted to build materials like one would build Legos, or take molecules like building blocks and put them together to make different forms. And that was very, very exciting. And I did it, honestly, I did it because I love molecules and I love the beauty of molecules. Their molecules is what attracted me to chemistry when I was 10 years old. I discovered drawings of molecules. We call them stick and ball diagrams. And I didn't know what they were at 10 years old, but certainly I figured out in future that these are molecules, and I became more and more interested in them, and I became deeper and went into the knowledge deeper and deeper. And finally, I had my independent position at Arizona State University back in 1992. And there I was free to exercise my ideas. And again, we wanted to implement the concept of building materials from molecular building blocks, and we succeeded. And that was an amazing moment. But once you build materials, and in this case, we have basically opened a gold mine where any molecule could be stitched together to make a new material. So the possibilities are almost endless. Now, it's not just beauty of what you've created, but also now we have to ask questions about what are they useful for. And that's when we embarked on applying the chemistry to taking water out of desert air to make drinking water, taking CO2 out of the air to clean the air, and many storing hydrogen into the pores to make clean energy. So all these things are a progression of the initial success that we've had in assembling materials from the molecular building block approach, and that's what the committee has cited for the development of metal organic frameworks.
Well, it is an amazing accomplishment indeed, Professor. Now, will MOFs one day allow entire cities to run on captured water and recycled air? I mean, is that science fiction or an engineering deadline, so to speak?
Well, it sounds like science fiction. In fact, there were movies made about trapping water from
Correct.
air. But the power of these materials is that they can make dreams come to reality. And this is the beauty of it. We have a startup called Atoko in the south of Los Angeles, in Irvine, that is already testing devices that would deliver 2,000 liters a day from trapping water out of the air and requiring very little energy. They also have another product that would deliver 850 liters a day of water, clean drinking water, using only ambient sunlight. No electricity, and no power input, just ambient sunlight. So this means that these products will be widely deployed in cities, villages, everywhere where there is a need for clean water. So this is not science fiction anymore. It is reality, and it's made so by metal organic frameworks.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we look forward to having that implemented in many, many other cities around the world, especially in countries of need. So, Professor, allow me to ask you this. Is there a discovery you dream of that science hasn't yet caught up with?
Well, yes, I dream a lot about the future. And you have, as the saying say, you have to have a dream for a dream to come true. And scientists in general, and especially me, I was taught by my father and then by my PhD mentor that you have to do something completely new, okay? Completely new as a scientist. And that's what we strive for. Yes, right now I have dreams, I have ideas on how we can take this chemistry to the next level, which is, could we design MOFs that operate like DNA, meaning that they have sequences of information that code for very specific properties? They could be carbon capture and conversion of carbon to useful materials. That could happen in just one material. That's what we're working on now. It's a big challenge. If we can solve it, then we would have completely changed further the way people think about making materials. So that's one direction. The other direction is that we have many ideas on how we can accelerate discovery using AI, using machine learning and large language models, AI tools that allow us to take things that we research for 2 to 3 years to achieve a result and reduce that time down to just weeks. We have already preliminary results that show that we can speed up the discovery of new materials so that we can achieve new materials that have very specific applications much quicker, 50-fold faster than what we have been doing. So the future is very bright, and we only scratch the surface. There's a lot more work to do. And we have many, many ideas about how these materials can be modified further and with the use of AI, completely transform the way material science and chemistry work. This is something that I might add is a significant part of my collaboration with KAXT in Saudi Arabia.
Amazing. I'm glad to hear that you have the support for that amazing vision that you have, Professor. Now, allow me to end with this. After winning this prize, what messages do you have to all the youth? I mean, you mentioned earlier how important this prize is for the youth, and especially the youth of Saudi Arabia, that you made this possible for every single child in Saudi Arabia to look up to having a Nobel one day in their lives. And not only in Saudi Arabia, but all the Arab children look up to you in that. So what are your messages to them?
Well, my message for Saudi Arabia is that you live in an amazing country that has tremendous resources and leadership that has the will to put those resources behind your education and behind the development of science and technology. This is a time in the history of science where it's never been better to do science. We have amazing equipment, amazing facilities that provide amazing opportunities for young people to engage in science. And as I mentioned with AI, this becomes even transformative to one's opportunities and for them to plug into solving societal challenges and developing technologies to make better standards of life for not just Saudis, but everyone in the region and the world. So my advice to them would be science allows you to get to the top the quickest. Okay, it just requires patience, and you have to do the experiment. If you do the experiment, you have the possibility to discover. And when you discover you could transform the world. So I think that my message is to do the experiment and to be bold and not afraid to try new things. So the experiment is paramount to discovery.
I agree. I think having the courage to experiment unknown things is absolutely the key to some amazing adventures and findings. Professor Omar Yaghi, congratulations again. The first Saudi scientist to get a Nobel Prize in chemistry. It's been an honor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your interest and for this wonderful interview.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
A war against drug cartels, a regime change operation, or is this all about oil? President Donald Trump's latest move against Venezuela has some questioning his true intentions. The seizure of a sanctioned oil tanker and its oil has raised eyebrows. Add to that a newly imposed blockade. Is it an act of war? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. First, it was illegal migration. Then, President Trump added drug trafficking to the mix. And now, there's a third justification for the US targeting of Venezuela.
Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had, they took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
Oil. When then-President Hugo Chavez nationalised Venezuela's oil industry in the 1970s, he expropriated many US-operated assets, and President Trump wants them back.
La verdad ha sido develado.
The truth has been revealed. They want to change the regime in Venezuela to impose a puppet government. They want to hand over the constitution, sovereignty, and all the wealth, and turn Venezuela into a colony.
The world's largest aircraft carrier has been deployed to the region, along with its associated battleships and an estimated 6,000 troops. Is military intervention on the cards? Coming up, we'll debate if access to oil was always President Trump's goal, if President Maduro can weather this latest storm, and is Venezuela's opposition a credible alternative? Joining us for this discussion is Eva Gollinger, attorney, author and former advisor to Venezuela's then-president, Hugo Chavez. Guillaume Long is joining us, a former foreign minister of Ecuador and senior fellow at the Center for Economic and Policy Research. And rounding out the panel is Mick Mulvaney, former White House Chief of Staff during Donald Trump's first administration and co-chair of Actum, a global consultancy firm. Welcome to all of you here on Counterpoints. Well, when the US seized a sanctioned oil tanker and its oil in early December, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro called it a new era of criminal naval piracy. Well, President Trump has stepped up the pressure even more since then, declaring a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned tankers entering and leaving the country. For some, including Maduro, it calls into question the earlier justifications the White House had used to explain its boat bombings and its military build-up in the region. Eva, let's start with you. Was this ever about migrants, about drug cartels, or for the US, to your mind, was this always about oil?
Well, you certainly don't go to war with another country over migration. So I think all of these were pretexts to bring President Trump on board this campaign that is now evolving into, beyond aggression, a potential all-out war with Venezuela. In my opinion, I think that Venezuela as a country and with its government that led by Nicolas Maduro is of little interest to President Trump and his agenda, especially an agenda of America first, which is focused more on domestic issues in the United States. I think it's really who has the president's ear in this case. such as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who is obviously someone who, as a senator as well, has been actively campaigning for regime change in Venezuela since the time of actual President Hugo Chavez, before Maduro. And then we've seen in recent developments that Stephen Miller is one of the key people behind this aggressive campaign towards Venezuela. They see it, I think it was presented to Trump as sort of a win-win situation, an easy win, where here he could achieve, you know, the overthrow or the ouster of Nicolas Maduro and the government in Venezuela, install a U.S.-friendly regime, and, you know, get easy access to all of Venezuela's natural resources, which range from massive oil reserves, the largest in the world, to gold, mineral, heavy metals, rare earths, everything. And it's also geostrategically important. So I think all of those were pretexts. Venezuela doesn't produce fentanyl. They're not a big producer of really any drugs. They pass through. So that really can't be the reason to go after Venezuela.
Okay.
And this entire discourse of like exporting criminals to the United States is really just a bunch of nonsense.
All right, Mick, on the US side, what do you make of those assertions from Ava?
I don't know if they're assertions. I think it's sort of an all of the above is a possible answer here. They could have something to do with drugs, something to do with immigration, something to do with oil, something to do with regime change. I think what you're seeing here more broadly is sort of a reinstitution of the Monroe Doctrine, which is that we are going to pay a lot more close attention to what's happening in the Western Hemisphere. I think you could probably make the case that America has ignored its southern neighbors for probably too long. So I think you can put all of that together and get that. I just don't understand why it's happening now. That's the part I'm struggling with. All of the things that Ava just mentioned were applied in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and Trump chose not to do any of this. I'm not sure what has changed. Yes, some of the people have changed. So Marco Rubio is there now. He wasn't a member of the administration during the first term, but John Bolton was just as neoconservative and just as sort of militaristic as Marco Rubio is. So I'm not sure that has changed much at all. So that's what's got me scratching my head. Is I don't really look at the motivations as much as why now is different than it was 4 years ago, because whatever motivation, excuse, if you want to use the word, that you've got now existed 8 years ago, and still at that time the Trump administration did not act.
Guillaume, what do you think? Why now? And do you agree with what Mick is saying, that we are going to see much more overt attention from the US on the Western Hemisphere?
Yeah, so I think I certainly agree with Eva that it has nothing to do with drugs. Venezuela does not produce drugs. The United States' major drug production is the opioid. The major drug crisis is the opioid crisis, the fentanyl crisis, which Venezuela plays no role in. Colombian cocaine, there's some transiting via Venezuela, but only about 5% of Colombian cocaine, 5 to 7% of Colombian cocaine. The bulk of Colombian cocaine goes to the United States and to Europe increasingly via the Pacific, so Pacific ports on the South American coast, so that's not Venezuela. It's not immigration. If anything, US policy has been a driver of Venezuelan migration for about 10 years, particularly US sanctions, first in 2017 and then increasingly from 2019 onwards with the oil sanctions. They've been a key driver of Venezuelan migration towards other Latin American states, but also towards the United States. So if sanctions have been a driver of migration, you can imagine what military intervention, war, could the effect that could have on creating a humanitarian crisis and a migratory crisis on an unprecedented scale. So I don't think that's what is driving US policy, or if it's driving US policy, it's doing it in a very foolish way. So I think, yes, I think it has to do with the reassertion of the
Oh, we seem to have lost Guillaume's audio there for a moment. I'm going to pop over to Ava while we see if we can get your audio sorted out there, Guillaume. Stay with us. Ava, pick up on what Guillaume was saying, but also on what Mick was talking about, that why now? Why do you think now? Is it that the US is just simply assessing that President Maduro poses too much of a risk to US security?
No, there's no risk. I mean, in all honesty, all of these issues have existed for years, as Mick was saying. So it's not as though all of a sudden there's some increased risk. Venezuela generally poses no threat whatsoever to the United States in a realistic context. You know, you could say all these things. Oh, yes, they're close with China, they're close with Russia, they're close with Iran. That's been going on, though, for the past 20 plus years. So that's not an increased risk. At the same time, though, there has been an ongoing U.S. effort to undermine the Venezuelan government from the time when Hugo Chavez was in power. I mean, there was a U.S.-supported coup d'etat in 2002, and there were efforts over the years. The U.S. has funneled millions and millions of taxpayer dollars, U.S. taxpayer dollars, through USAID and the National Endowment for Democracy and the State Department to prop up that Venezuelan opposition to try to, you know, encourage and execute regime change, which has failed on every occasion. So I go back to the why now, in my opinion, is that it was sold to President Trump as an easy win, another notch on his list of, I did this, I accomplished this, I did it, I got Maduro out, we're back in Venezuela, we're back in business. And at the same time, I mean, the opposition has also increased their campaigning and their lobbying efforts. And we've seen, you know, the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize is the leader of the Venezuelan opposition. And she's actively and openly, overtly over the top praising Trump, even saying she wants to come to Washington and give him her Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, so they are strongly advocating for military intervention in Venezuela. And I think it's been sold that way to him, that this is an easy win. And I think we even see that coming out of, you know, research and reports about what's going on in the White House and in the inner circle with Stephen Miller saying, well, he's looking for a fight. It didn't work out with Mexico, so they thought Venezuela is the next one. It's going to be easy. But I'm here to tell you it's not going to be easy. I mean, we've already seen it's not going to be a 1, 2, 3. And they're gravely underestimating the internal situation in Venezuela in terms of the movements that have built up over decades in the country that are not going to just sit back and allow the U.S. to invade and impose a puppet regime that's favorable to the U.S. and will hand over the country's resources to United States companies.
Okay, we are absolutely going to come to the opposition to day after if regime change is the goal a little bit later in our debate. So I'm going to put a pin in those specific comments and I'm going to circle back to them. Ava, Guillaume, I know we've got you back. Excellent news. Stay there because I want to just throw something to Mick first and then we'll bring you back in. Mick, is the president... has he been sold that this is an easy win? In which case, are we expecting a US attack on Venezuela?
That's hard to say. I don't know what an easy win looks like. But if the question is military action imminent? I think the answer is probably yes. As a friend of mine in the Pentagon pointed out a couple of weeks back, you don't put an aircraft carrier off of a foreign coast and not intend to use it. I think the issue then is what is the nature of that military action? Trump ran on a non-interventionist sort of policy, getting us out of what he called stupid wars all around the world and so forth. He ran on that in 2016, 2020, and 2024. People ask me, you know, what was our biggest accomplishment in the first term? And one of the things I always point to is that we were, I think at that time, the first president during my lifetime who hadn't started a war during his time in office. So this was a big deal for Trump in the first term. He did get a little bit of a taste of what the American military can do on that bombing raid they pulled off in Iran. And it was extraordinarily successful. He was praised, and I think rightly so, for it. And I think he's now wondering, okay, maybe that's not war to him. You know, maybe tomahawk diplomacy is not the same as putting American soldiers on the ground in a foreign country. I could absolutely see him at this point using the same type of strategic sort of or tactical sort of strikes inside a country. I still, however, cannot imagine he would ever commit American troops to set foot in Venezuela. It runs against everything that, not only that he's talked about, politicians change, you know, they go against what they talk about all the time, But this really goes against his very DNA. He is a non-interventionist. He's not a pacifist by any stretch of the imagination. But I can't imagine him committing American troops to invade a foreign country. And I think I think he would experience tremendous political pushback from his own base were he to do that. They'd be fine with some strikes, either through air or through cruise missiles and so forth. But I don't think that his folks would support him in putting troops on the ground.
Guillaume, I mean, how do you feel about that in the region? I mean, might not be boots on the ground, but tomahawk diplomacy throws the whole region into security chaos.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's Trump's preference to go to war here. I actually think his intuition is probably, this America first, no more forever wars. I think this is being driven by the neocons in his administration. I think it's being driven essentially by Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio was already very hawkish on Venezuela and Cuba, obviously, in the last administration. But then back then he was senator. Now he's Secretary of State, and he thinks the road to Havana goes via Caracas, and he wants regime change in Caracas. And I think there's a real tug of war here inside the administration. My sense is that Trump's intuition, his political intuition, is not to do this. But now that he's done this massive military buildup off the coast of Venezuela, I mean, there's a lot of pressure for him to use these toys. I think if he does that, I mean, if he puts boots on the ground, it will be a historic quagmire and the biggest mistake in his administration by far. If he does airstrikes, I think that he will not be successful at regime change. I think there's a misreading of the situation in Venezuela. The security apparatus in Venezuela has tightened over the last few years. There have been a number of coups, some of them backed by the United States, particularly going back to 2019 and 2020, those years where there's a lot of regime change attempts. Every time a coup fails, every time a regime change attempt fails, it tightens the security ship. The military apparatus is purged, the would-be traitors are unmasked, and right now the Venezuelans are running a pretty tight ship. That's on the military front, not even talking about the political front, where there is still, it has been weakened, but there's still a significant Chavista bastion, and it would be, I don't think you're seeing a few airstrikes leading to a sudden regime change or the demise of the current Venezuelan government.
I'm going to come to regime change again in just a moment, but first I want to ask you, Ava, the US had invested heavily in Venezuelan oil infrastructure until it was pulled out from under them in the 70s. So is President Trump right, in some sense, claiming that Venezuela stole the US assets?
No, not at all. And that's mischaracterized, because there was a process that the U.S. was a part of. It was a time period when the U.S. was actually heavily involved in helping to build Venezuela's democracy at that time, and was involved in the decision-making process and the negotiations that took place back then in 1976 when the industry was formally nationalized. And U.S. companies remained as some of the major players in Venezuela over the years. And in fact, it was in the 90s when there were efforts underway, which is actually what propelled Chavez to power in the first place, this massive movement that built up in Venezuela in the 1990s, backing him because he had led an attempted coup d'etat in 1992 against President Carlos Andrés Pérez way back then, and he was imprisoned for it at the time. And then this movement built up around, because precisely there were efforts underway to privatize once again the oil industry. Poverty was growing to a massive extent throughout Venezuela, upwards of 80% poverty, and the majority of people were excluded from any part of the political process. It was this very sort of corrupted system of power sharing amongst the two major parties, not unlike what we have in the United States. But in any case, so oil was nationalized before, and the U.S. was a party to the process, and there were no complaints that anything had been stolen. In the 2000s, 2006, 2007, Chavez did some further nationalizations, not just of the oil industry, but also there were others internally with electricity and other of the major resources and utilities. And there were some U.S. companies like ExxonMobil, primarily ConocoPhillips, that were against those harsher restrictions on the oil was already nationalized, but they increased the ownership that PDVSA, Venezuela's state oil company, had to have over the joint ventures.
Okay.
And Exxon and ConocoPhillips left. But remember, the major oil company in Venezuela today is from the U.S. and it's Chevron. And they're still getting the oil from Venezuela and supplying it within the United States. So the concept that there was some theft is ridiculous. There were court cases, there were settlements, there are things that are still unsettled, but there was never any theft because you can't steal something that doesn't belong to you. Something can't be stolen from you that didn't belong to you in the first place. And the oil belongs to Venezuela.
Mick, do you want to jump in there? Because, I mean, is it theft? There are court cases still ongoing, still in January 2025, that an international arbitration has ruled that Venezuela owes a US company $8.7 billion.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with the history of it, obviously, as Ava is. I don't follow this as closely as some people, but there are judgments. I don't know if they came through settlement discussions or through actual court cases, but Citgo is being ordered to be sold in this country to raise money in order to pay American companies for losses, for assets that were taken from them, again, in Venezuela. So to simply say, oh, no, there's really not that big a deal, there wasn't anything happening, which sort of flies against what we're seeing actually go on today. There are judgments against Venezuelan companies that are ordering the sale of their assets in the United States to pay those debts. So to say the Venezuelans didn't take anything from the Americans doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure how big a role that plays in what Trump is doing. He did comment on this, to my mind, the first time in just the last couple of days about how there were American companies who lost stuff. They took our oil. Trump has used that language here in the last couple of days. He had a senior advisor on television, I think just in the last 24 hours, talking about the role of Venezuelan oil in what's happening. So I think it's fair to say that oil is certainly part of this discussion. But to say that no one's been wronged by the Venezuelan actions, I think I'm not sure how you could back that up.
Ava?
No, just to interject, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying was that there were negotiations, there were court cases, there were settlements, and there are still parts of those settlements that have not been followed through on. There's no question about that, but there was no theft of the resource that belonged to Venezuela. There were disagreements over how the joint ventures were then restructured. And rightly so, those U.S. companies are seeking payment of those judgments by seizing control of Venezuela's assets in the United States, such as Citgo. But I think it's important to also emphasize that none of those companies are the American government or the United States government. So it would be very strange for the U.S. to wage war on behalf of ExxonMobil, for example, in Venezuela, to risk American lives for Exxon.
Do you want to respond to that, Mick, or will I move us on?
No, but look, the American government will defend American corporations. There's no question about that. Now, if your point is that there's redress during the courts, I think that's a fair point to make. If the point is that you can get compensation in other ways, that's a fair point to make. But no, I would fully expect that every government would protect its own domestic industry against international interference. That's one of the reasons they exist.
Let's look at this idea of whether it's regime change and whether President Maduro can weather this upped tension, because we've heard from the White House Chief of Staff. She said in that recent Vanity Fair article that's been causing waves that President Trump will keep blowing up boats until Maduro cries uncle. Those comments are widely being interpreted as a desire for regime change. Nicolas Maduro weathered the economic storm wrought by economic sanctions during President Trump's first term. Guillaume, I'm going to bring you in a moment to respond, but Ava, you're the person who is best placed to answer this first question. Can he survive this renewed pressure campaign? Because the ring is tightening. We've got the world's biggest aircraft carrier sitting off the coast.
Well, there's no doubt that there's an increase of pressure that they're feeling, that Maduro is feeling. But again, it's not just Nicolas Maduro in charge of the government in Venezuela. He's in the the position of being the leader, the president, the figurehead, but it's a whole apparatus and structure that is also keeping power in the country. So it's not as easy as just removing one person and all of a sudden all the pieces fall apart. I mean, it's a structure in place that's been built up now over decades and has been, as Guillaume was saying, has been tightened and tightened with each effort to overthrow or undermine this particular government over the past, 5-6 years. So I think that, yes, he's under a lot of pressure, but I don't think he's going to cry uncle over this campaign that's underway, especially because it seems like increasingly they're improvising. The Trump administration is improvising. Yesterday, it was fentanyl and drug trafficking, which then everybody realized, oh, it doesn't come from Venezuela. Then it's migration. Oh, well, that's caused also in part by, the tightening of the sanctions. And in any case, it's not a reason to go to war. And now it's the oil. And so there seems, and the stealing of U.S. property, the oil, let's go to war over that. So, I think they're seeing that, they're seeing the news, they're seeing the social media posts that President Trump is making. They're seeing the improvisation. They're seeing the domestic issues in the United States, the affordability crisis, the unpopularity of many of these policies of President Trump, the internal divisions, the difficulties, the opposition of the Democratic Party to most of these efforts underway right now against Venezuela. So, and from Trump's own party and from the MAGA movement, we're seeing outcry and opposition over it. So I think that Maduro is most likely watching that and saying, I can just sit tight and ride out this storm once again.
Okay, Guillaume, can he sit tight and ride out this storm, or is the writing on the wall here?
Yeah, let me just comment very briefly on the oil component. Trump's oil argument is not a serious argument. Most countries in the global south nationalized their oil in the 1970s. If anything, Venezuela did it in a very respectful way and compensated the United States. And in recent years, in fact, if there have been any compensations, it's been confiscations. It's been U.S. confiscations of Venezuelan assets rather than the other way around. The United States has been stealing Venezuelan assets now for a number of years because of its sanctions regimes, including Citgo. And it's the Venezuelans that have been trying to bring the U.S. back to lower the sanctions. There was a deal made with Chevron. In fact, there is some oil going from Venezuela to the United States right now. We'll have to see whether the U.S. government decides to seize that as well. There is 10% of Venezuela's oil is actually going to the U.S. right now. So I completely agree with Eva. These are unserious arguments, changing the argument, the narrative every day. And it's fundamentally about regime change. It's about the reassertion of the United States in the Western Hemisphere. It's about going back to gunboat diplomacy of the early 20th century. It's really about, we've just seen the U.S.'s national security, the U.S. president's national security strategy, spelling it out pretty clearly, right? Retreat from Europe, some ambiguity about the pivot to Asia, which this seems to be unclear now, some ambiguity about the Middle East, but no ambiguity at all about the Western Hemisphere. It's about reimposing a very crude form of imperialism in the Western Hemisphere. So I think that's essentially what we're seeing now. And just on the point as to whether Venezuela
can Maduro weather that new attention?
I think the tragedy here is that it's the Venezuelan people that are suffering here. I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult for the United States to do regime change. But while it does this, it imposes tremendous levels of suffering on the Venezuelan population. We've seen it through the sanctions, which have caused tens of thousands of deaths in Venezuela. U.S. sanctions causing direct deaths. There are a number of academic papers clearly demonstrating this. And now, of course, the seizing of these tankers. Venezuela depends totally on its oil. If it can't export its oil, it can't, basically pay for healthcare or, pay wages or cover the basic necessities of its population. And there are now academics, I've been talking to a few academics who are studying and are saying, if this continues for a number of weeks, you could even risk famine in Venezuela.
So should Maduro go, Guillermo, in interest of his people?
I don't think that's the question we should be asking, right? The United States, is criticizing the Maduro government because it considers the government to be authoritarian, but then it supports a number of authoritarian governments around the world because it sees them as, it sees these governments as pro-US, or in today's terms, more pro-Trump than pro-US. This is completely double standards that we've been accustomed to in Latin America for many years, and it's very sad actually to see a small but a radical sector of the Venezuelan opposition calling for an invasion of its own country. My country, Ecuador, there's a pretty authoritarian government that's got the opposition exile and there's extrajudicial killings and so on and so forth. Nobody's calling for an invasion of our own country. So I think this is, a very sad state of affairs. I think the United States has largely gotten us to this point by actually radicalizing the Venezuelan government, making the Venezuelan government into a security state, essentially. And I think it's very sad for the Venezuelan population who's suffering the consequences of all this.
Let me just remind all of our panellists, if you want to jump in, obviously, Guillaume, you had some comments on oil. Please feel free to engage with our other panellists. You don't need to wait for me to call on you. If you have a comment that you want to throw in, please be my guest. Mick, in the meantime, let me ask you, can the US affect regime change without military intervention?
Probably not. I think if we were doing that, it would have happened by now. We thought that Mr. Guaido was the answer 8 years ago. Clearly, he wasn't. I don't think that the economic sanctions are probably enough to promote regime change. I honestly don't think that blowing up the boats is enough. I read the same article, obviously, that Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, did with Vanity Fair, and saw the comments about how the plan is to blow up boats until Maduro just cries uncle. Being such a small part of the economy, I don't know how that would actually happen. I don't know why blowing up a couple of drug boats, or all of the drug boats, even if you blew up all of them, how that would affect regime change. So if the economics doesn't work, if the small level sort of military action against the drug boat doesn't work, and I don't think either of those will, that leaves military action. I think that's about it. We've tried everything else. We tried supporting the opposition through Guaido. We obviously do some other stuff with the opposition now. So I think if they're really interested in regime change, that military is the only way to accomplish that. I won't get into whether or not America is the root cause of all the evils and ills that have fallen upon the Venezuelan people. I think it's probably their own domestic policies more than anything else, as is always the case. And we won't get into now as whether or not America is a nasty imperialist nation. That's not the point of this discussion. But to your point, I don't think that this level of activity that we've seen so far is enough to produce regime change. So if that's what the administration really wants. By the way, I think the most interesting thing that Guillaume has said here is that this is really about Havana as much as it is Caracas. If that's what this is really about, then they'll have to use military action, because everything they're doing now I don't think is going to be effective.
Eva, Russia has always been a strong ally, but it's pretty occupied in other areas. Does Maduro have enough strong international support to continue to stand up to the US if this military intervention, military pressure continues?
Well, certainly if there's an increase in some kind of military action against Venezuela, a direct invasion or bombing campaign on land, as Trump keeps suggesting, I would expect there would be a reaction. I don't know that it would specifically be beyond rhetoric from Russia or China, as they've already made statements. Of course, there could be other deals going on behind the scenes between Putin and Trump over Ukraine and Venezuela. There's been some speculation about that. Their backyard, our backyard type of deal. At the same time, though, I don't think that most of the world is going to remain silent if the U.S. openly just militarily invades Venezuela with the goal of regime change. Again, Venezuela poses no direct threat to the United States at all. All of this has been fabricated. It's not to say that the Maduro regime or government is this great, fantastic democratic government. That's not what's at issue here. There's no threat to the U.S. There's no threat to U.S. national security. The whole drug argument is a facade, as we've already been talking about. And the blowing up of the boats, a large percentage of those boats aren't even coming from Venezuela. They're coming from Colombia. They're in the Pacific. That's not Venezuela. And in any case, as we've established, Venezuela is not the drug producer. So I think that Trump is backed into a corner on this by primarily Marco Rubio and as we've discovered, Stephen Miller, who've sold this as the fight, I think, as an easy win in the sense of Maduro will leave because they've underestimated Venezuela as they have for the past 25 years. And so I do think that it's likely something could happen, because if it doesn't, then it seems as though Trump will lose, which is unacceptable to him. As we've seen, he's not a loser. He won't accept that. So they will have to do something. But I don't think that they will achieve regime change through if they, drop a few bombs on the border with Colombia. Venezuelans aren't going to have an uprising and overthrow Maduro, and he's not just going to leave. And again, it's not just about Maduro. It's an entire structure that's in place. It's a system that's not going to be so easy to just dismantle with if in the event that Nicolas Maduro were to step down for any reason. It's unlikely, though. They're doubling down in Venezuela. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm hearing from, friends, people in the country. They're living their lives normally. It's the holiday season. It's Christmas. Everyone's out celebrating. They're not acting as though the bombs are about to fall or the U.S. Marines are about to invade.
Mick, do you agree that Venezuela poses no threat to the U.S. national security?
I don't know how they would from a military standpoint. If the drugs, I tend to agree. I don't associate Venezuela with drugs. I know that they run it through there, but I associate Venezuela with oil. I always have. I think most people do. And the fentanyl I've always associated more with China and Mexico than everything else. So I think it's a fair question to ask, which is, what is the national security threat? Of course, the administration is taking the position this is a narco-terrorist regime. And if they have evidence of that at some point, I think they're going to have to make that case to the American people. I'm not sure that right now the public really understands what the motivation would be, the American public, for military action against Venezuela. If you picked a different country that played a bigger role in the migratory crisis, a bigger role in the drug crisis, maybe that's a different discussion. But I don't think anybody if you'd asked somebody 6 months ago to name the top 5 biggest threats to the American public in terms of the drug trade, I'm not sure Venezuela would have been on the list. So I think it's a fair point. And one of the reasons that I think the Trump administration has yet to make the case that this justifies military action. If I was expecting, by the way, that's what I was expecting last night. When the president said he was going to make a White House address, I thought it was going to be an Oval Office address. It wasn't. It was from a different part of the building. That's a very serious thing. I arranged one of those for the president in 2019. They might happen once a year, maybe. And we were all sort of expecting him to go on TV last night and make the case as to why we were going to start taking military action in Venezuela. That didn't happen. But I still think it has to. I don't think he can, escalate here dramatically over where they are now without making the case to the American people, or else the folks will turn on him. And let's not lose sight of the fact, again, the show's not about American domestic politics, but we're about a year away now from a midterm election. Yeah. And the American public, if they're not convinced that there's justification here, will force the Republicans to pay a price at the ballot box.
Guillaume, we heard Ava talking about the support that this is galvanizing within Venezuela against the US. Is that something you're seeing broader in the region? Is this turning the region against the United States?
Yeah, I think inside Venezuela, it's certainly a moment of rekindling sort of the nationalist spirit. And I think the United States have misread Venezuela for decades, actually. But the United States has consistently had a close relationship with the more radical sectors of the Venezuelan opposition. But there is, in fact, an opposition inside Venezuela, pretty, very anti-Maduro opposition that is against this military buildup and the threat of military intervention, because they think it will strengthen Chavismo's hand, and it will make it will make Maduro look like a nationalist and someone who defends national interest and who defends Venezuela's sovereignty. Whereas, the more radical sectors of the opposition are kind of could easily be portrayed as sellouts of people who are on the side of the United States, not just on the side of the United States, but on the side of foreign invasion. I mean, who's in favor of foreign invasion of their own country? So I think there's a misreading of that, just like there was a misreading of the whole Guaido phenomenon. I mean, it's an ongoing misreading that the United States is guilty of, and that's nationwide. And at the international level, yes, I think we're going to see the region being very against the possibility of military action in Venezuela. Why? Because the region has already gone through this huge migratory wave of Venezuela, 7 to 8 million Venezuelans leaving Venezuela between 2017 and 2023, in large part because of the sanctions and the economic disaster this helped to create. And a lot of countries don't want this, and they think if there's war, it's going to be worse. Now, Trump, has a few allies in the region, Milei, and we've just seen the election of Castro the weekend. So that works in Trump's favor. But I think even in countries that have quite right-wing presidents, there's going to be no appetite for war because it's going to create regional chaos. So I think there's a misreading of the Latin American situation. Now, there is, I agree with Eva, the need for an off-ramp for Trump. Right? And there are already voices there that are saying we'll negotiate. President Lula has been very outspoken, saying, let me negotiate between Venezuela and the United States. There can be and should be an agreement that should be possible. Even Qatar has offered its sort of services for negotiating an outcome. So I think there are a few possibilities, for some kind of deal. Maybe Venezuela needs to crack down on some of the drug traffickers that don't exist so that Trump can show that to his domestic audience.
Indeed.
All sorts of things are possible. Yeah.
The US may consider the removal of Maduro as a victory, but history tells us that regime change is never clear-cut. The Nobel Peace Prize-winning opposition figure, Maria Corina Machado, says she wants the country to embrace popular capitalism, saying that there should be privatisation of more than about 500 enterprises that the government had previously nationalised or confiscated. Now, Mick, we know that she and her opposition movement has strong support from the White House. As we've been hearing from Guillaume and Eva, is this just another example of the US misreading the situation? Is there not popular support from that from within the country, and the US is backing the wrong horse?
Oh, I have no idea what the lay of the land is in Caracas in Venezuela. I have zero insight into that. If the charge is that we have been guilty in the past of picking the wrong horse, yeah, I think that's absolutely right. We thought that Guaido was the guy. I mean, I was chief of staff when we brought him into the Oval Office to meet with the President of the United States. John Bolton believed that this was going to be the end of the Maduro regime and that Guaido was going to be the new leadership, and then clearly that fizzled out. So, yeah, is it possible that we are misreading the situation? I think that's always a possibility. That being said, it shouldn't surprise anybody that we are backing governments who believe in free markets and capitalism and democracy. That's what we do. So I don't think that should be a surprise to anybody. Is this the winning formula? I don't think we know, but we might find out, because if you do end up with military action, then I think Trump has to stay in it. Once he begins a war at any level, he sort of has to stay until he's got something to show for it. I don't think just saying, oh, now there's not any more drugs coming in is enough for them to pull out. Like I said, go back to the original comment I made about my friend at the Pentagon. You don't park the George W. Bush aircraft carrier off the coast of Venezuela and not use it. You have to have something to show for this show of force. So I don't know what that looks like. But if it is a regime change, look, you're always rolling the dice. Even with popular elections, you're rolling the dice is what the next election might look like in any given country. But if the criticism is that we might be backing the wrong horse, that's always a risk that people run.
Eva, I mean, regardless of your personal views, perhaps, Is the opposition that the US is championing here, are they a credible alternative for people in Venezuela?
Not generally speaking. I mean, as Guillaume was saying, there is a very viable, active anti-Maduro opposition inside Venezuela. Of course, now there's widespread repression and over any kind of dissent because of these ongoing efforts of regime change. So it's hard for anyone to build a movement inside the country to try to oppose Maduro at this stage. But there has always been, there's a Venezuela, again, miscalculated, misread, misunderstood, underestimated, but has had this very rich social movement history throughout the past, 50 plus years. And
people argue, though, that that's changed under Maduro, and that's why the opposition is needing to push in exile almost.
Yeah, but the far radical right-wing opposition is not what's going to execute change within the country and receive widespread popularity. I mean, there are other figures in the country. There are other movements in the country. There are other groups that I'm not saying to be backed by the United States, but I'm saying for change to come about as it should inside of Venezuela. There are other players, who and movements and politicians. But yes, there has been this kind of repression that's taken place over the past few years. But no, someone like I don't know. I could be wrong, but from the experience and the lived experience inside the country and knowing, the people and over these years, it would be far-fetched for someone like Maria Corina Machado to take power from a regime change operation led by the United States and then be widely accepted and lead a transition to this fantastical capitalist, populist society that she's talked about and is opening it up to the trillions of dollars of investment from the United States for them to flood the country. That is not really the direction that Venezuela seems to be going in. There needs to be some kind of change. I don't question that whatsoever. But the fundamental mistake here has been overplaying the hand with this radicalized far right and divided Venezuelan opposition, because believe me, we may see one figurehead in the media today, but that doesn't mean that they are all united around that person. There are many different factions within the Venezuelan opposition as well, which is what has led, generally speaking, to their failure to execute any kind of change in Venezuela through electoral means or other means over the past, couple of decades.
We're almost out of time. Guillaume, round us out. What's the regional sort of gauge on this almost overbearing US support for one particular opposition figure? Is there concern that the US is just trying to install puppets across the region?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think we're facing a very, very dangerous, very serious situation right now off the coast of Venezuela. This is the largest military buildup in history, potentially, in the Caribbean. The last time the United States invaded and significantly occupied, there were other examples later on in Haiti, but the last significant U.S. occupation of a Latin American country is Panama, 1989-1990. Panama back then had 2.5 million inhabitants. Venezuela today has 28 million inhabitants. There has never been a U.S. Invasion of a South American countries. These are larger states. There's a reason for this. They're larger states. They have bigger populations. They're larger cities. Venezuela's also got lots of jungles. A proper military intervention on behalf of the United States in Venezuela would create a nightmare on the scale of a number of other nightmares of past U.S. military interventions, that we know of. Iraq comes to mind, Vietnam comes to mind. I mean, actually, Venezuela right now has a larger population than Iraq had in 2003, and a lot more jungles, right? And in terms of the potential repercussions on the region, we've already discussed the migratory crisis, but for the people, we could be facing a civil war, a sort of, almost a Libyan outcome. This is not a good idea. It's a brutal way of conducting foreign policy in the Western Hemisphere on behalf of the United States. It will have long-lasting consequences and will be rejected for generations of Latin Americans to come. It's a bad idea, across the board.
Well, let's see.
I would just throw in there that Venezuela also has a lot of weapons. So it's not as though if the U.S. were to execute some kind of land invasion, the military would just lay down their arms and, surrender. I don't foresee that happening. And the civilians in Venezuela have a lot of weapons. So it's not this easy situation that they could just go in, take Maduro out, put Maria Corina Machado in, and everything would be great and peaceful and, capitalist in Venezuela. It's not going to be that kind of a scenario, and it would be a very grave mistake.
Mm-hmm. As I said, we're almost out of time, but I feel like I just need to give a U.S. right of reply to that. Would it be easy for the U.S.? I mean, surely Venezuela can't stand up to the might of the United States military. Mick?
No, it wouldn't be easy, and I don't think it would be well advised to do this. So I'll finish where I started. I'm not sure why we're having the conversation. I'm not sure why Trump is contemplating military action in Venezuela. Everything that we've talked about today existed 8 years ago when he chose affirmatively not to do exactly what he's doing right now. So no, I think there's a lot of explaining to do before they fire the first real shots. There's one thing about attacking a small boat in international waters, and a different thing entirely about putting American men and women on the ground in Venezuela. So I don't think the Trump administration has made the case for that yet.
Well, let's hope we aren't having that debate in the very near future then. That's all we have time for. Thank you so much for joining us. Ava Gollinger, attorney, author, and former advisor to the then Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. Guillaume Long, former Foreign Minister of Ecuador, and Mick Mulvaney, the former White House Chief of Staff during President Donald Trump's first administration. Thank you for your contributions on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Be sure to follow us on YouTube. You can keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews at Al Arabiya English, and you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next debate.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's a Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Toronto, home to about 2.7 million people, Toronto is Canada's largest city, and the sprawling city filled with distinct neighborhoods offers a diverse mix of attractions to see, places to visit, and destinations to check out. Perhaps the most popular is the Niagara Falls, one of the 7 wonders of the world. A highly recommended way to see the famous falls is through the Maid of the Mist boat ride, which allows you to get right up close to it and immerse yourself in its enormity. Another popular site is the Dundas Square, often compared to New York's Times Square. The place is often used in the production of popular blockbuster hits because its setting is quite easy to film in. The city is also quite popular for its lineup of major art museums. The Art Gallery of Ontario, Toronto Gallery of Inuit Arts, and the Gardiner Museum of Ceramic Art makes Toronto a burgeoning art community. Great art alternatives can also be found lining the streets of Queen West, Ossington, Queen East, and the Distillery District. Every year, the art scene in Toronto is also taken over by contemporary artists during Nuit Blanche, an all-night arts festival that runs from dusk till dawn. You'll also want to walk by the Graffiti Alley in the Fashion District, Toronto street that's legally tagged with an entire walking tour of murals by local street creatives. There's also the Distillery District, a cobblestone and usually carless street, featuring industrial houses that feature galleries, fashion designers, and arts and food products. Toronto is also host to an entire lineup of alternative dance and music fests. Some of the most popular include Digital Dreams, Electric Island, and Mad Decent Block Party. In June, travelers flock to the 17-day festival called Luminato. The Four Seasons Center for the Performing Arts is a place for opera and ballet shows. It is home to the Canadian Opera Company and the National Ballet of Canada. You may also want to try hiking or biking to the Toronto Islands nearby. It's just a ferry ride away. Plus, you'll get to see the city skyline at sunset. The sandy beaches are worth the trip, and the eclectic Wards Island is an interesting community to explore. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Ukraine's President Zelensky is holding peace plan talks in London with EU leaders as Trump claims he hasn't read the proposals. Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa urges civilians to work together to rebuild their country a year after former ruler Bashar al-Assad was ousted. And Hollywood's award season kicks off as the nominees of next year's Golden Globes are announced. Ukraine's President Zelensky is in London today, holding talks with EU leaders, including British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. They discussed the latest peace plan that was drafted alongside US officials last week. Ahead of the talks, Keir Starmer said that we stand with Ukraine. Last night, President Trump claimed Zelensky hadn't read the proposal yet. Take a listen.
A little bit disappointed that President Zelensky hasn't yet read the proposal. That was as of a few hours ago. His people love it, but he hasn't. Russia's fine with it. Russia, I guess, would rather have the whole country when you think of it. But Russia is, I believe, fine with it. But I'm not sure that Zelensky is fine with it. His people love it, but he hasn't read it.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Elami and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Rawia, let's start with you. We just heard from Donald Trump there, but also President Zelensky has been in London today, and then he's now travelling to Brussels, so there's lots of shuttle diplomacy happening there. How significant are these talks for moving the peace plan forward, especially after Trump's claim that Zelensky's not even read it?
Well, in theory and symbolically, they should be significant. But in practice, in practical terms, since they ended with no results, I think they don't seem to be that significant. Now, from what we know so far, that at least on the issue of territory, there was no agreement during these meetings, which means that territory remains the most challenging obstacle in this deal. On security guarantees, defense aid, and other issues that were discussed, maybe there were private reassurances were offered by the Europeans to Ukraine. But from a public diplomacy standpoint, it did not come out with anything substantial. I think, though, there are originally limits to European-led diplomacy in whichever case.
It's quite interesting because it almost felt ceremonial today. It almost felt like Zelensky arrived in the UK to meet Macron, Merz and Starmer, Jono, as after those talks between the US and Ukraine over the weekend, no significant breakthrough. I don't know what you think. Is this all about just being with your allies, trying to show Donald Trump that you're strong together in the face of Moscow, in the face of Washington, D.C.? That's kind of how it's appearing at the moment.
Well, he needs Europe on side, and Europe has this influence. We know it has an influence, certainly, over the negotiations that are taking place, but it's political leverage more than anything else. It's not really authorship. The plans have been in place. It's a US drafted plan. And Europe is kind of saying, yes, we're okay with this. No, we're not. What we're seeing now is Zelensky trying to garner the troops in terms of a European front to try and get more leverage when it comes to coming to the negotiating table. The US has led the draft on this from the get-go. Europe is deeply invested on the ground. Europe has been funding Ukraine and continues to do so. It's been training troops. It's been handling the refugee fallout. Every single country in Europe has been handling that. And that gives leaders like Starmer, like Macron, like Merz, they've got the ability to shape the red lines that we're hearing so much about. They're being brandished about so much, particularly around the sovereignty, particularly around security guarantees, because as we know from the US's point of view, that will fall to Europe. So that's where Europe comes into play here and has the influence and has somewhat of a bargaining chip. What they can't do, certainly at this stage, is ignore Washington's weight and ignore Washington's requests. So it's less about rewriting the plan. That's not going to happen. The 19-point plan is there in place. It's more about preventing a deal that Europe and Ukraine can't live with more than anything else. So it's about finding the common ground and saying, right, this is where we are and this is where we'd like to be. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. The longer that Zelensky holds tough on not giving Trump a response in this, I think the more likely Donald Trump, who doesn't really deal very well when he kind of gets put on the back foot, he's likely to not take that really in a favourable light. So I think it's in Zelensky's best interest to get the troops together, i.e. in the form of Macron and of Starmer and of Merz, and say, right, here's the united front of Europe and here's what we think we want in terms of a deal, and then come back to the negotiating table if that's the case. That's what I think we're seeing right now.
What I find interesting, Rawia, is We haven't really heard from Russia, have we? Russia haven't said what they like about the peace plan, if they're even going to agree to it, what they're willing to concede. None of us actually really know what this looks like. So we're all talking about it, but we're not actually 100% sure about anything. And it's quite a difficult position for analysts to be in and people on the ground, because it's that insecurity of what is this plan? It's changed so many times. Is Moscow looking at the same plan as Kyiv is?
Especially, yeah, you're right. Especially after Witkoff and Jared Kushner went to Moscow to discuss the plan with Putin, and then we didn't really hear much after that about the details. And in fact, this is why the Ukrainian delegation has went back, met again on Saturday in Miami with the Americans so that they can brief them on what happened in Moscow. Now, the thing is, we heard it from President Trump that the Russians are okay with it, with the plan. That's what he said.
And we haven't heard that before.
We haven't heard that before. But also we're hearing that the Zelensky's people, as President Trump called them, his team, they love the plan. But Zelensky hasn't really read the proposal yet. So we're getting a lot of mixed signals as to exactly what has this plan come down to now that it's 19 points. Who is agreeing on what? Exactly. And even we haven't heard from Russia about what they refuse to, from this plan.
Yeah, it's sort of fascinating, isn't it? Because we've been talking about a long time, but not 100% knowing the details of the plan. I think it's really interesting because I spoke to a couple of analysts in my earlier show, and both of them actually came out and said the same thing to me. They said Putin and Russia are continuing this war because they have the men to do it. They have the men to send to the front lines to fight. They basically have the bodies. And the problem is Ukraine is running out of that, and they don't have that at the moment. So even though we're hearing about drone warfare, electronic warfare, it still comes down to that face-to-face combat on the battlefield that wins you territory.
Yeah, it's size of population.
Population, the army strength, but also financially. Ukraine are not in a position to continue this war indefinitely, funded by Europe. Now, there was a British government source who'd said earlier today that the leaders of certain countries in Europe have discussed using those frozen Russian assets that we've heard a lot about as well in the last couple of months to fund the Ukrainian effort. And we've seen Estonia, Finland, Ireland, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland and Sweden say, listen, EU, perk up and get the cash out there. Use those frozen assets quicker, sooner rather than later, to finance Ukraine and their war efforts. And I think the simple reason is, I've listed countries, Spain's not in there, but it should be in terms of financial viability. They simply cannot afford to continue giving aid.
And the problem is Belgium do not want to release these frozen funds to Ukraine because it's very difficult to do it legally. So they're saying that they arguably need a loophole to do this. That money does belong to Russia. So once again, we're seeing the Europeans just not united when they need to be right now behind Ukraine.
But it's costing them so much money. I mean, this is a rough estimate from last year, 177 billion in combined financial, military and humanitarian funds to Ukraine. By comparison, the Gaza war effort has garnered 450 million in humanitarian aid to Gaza since 2023. So it is a stark contrast when you look at it like that. How long really can Europe afford to bankroll this effort? And I think Zelensky is dragging his heels a little bit on this. To say he hasn't read the plan, I feel perhaps it's certainly he's had a glance, for sure.
I think he's trying to gain time
at
this stage so that he doesn't say no to Trump, as you said, because President Trump is not going to take it very
No's don't go well.
Yeah, but definitely we have to also bear in mind that the European military aid to Ukraine has gone down almost 57% since the beginning of this year. So in comparison, the second part of this year, it's almost half of what Ukraine was getting at the beginning of the year. And if we want to talk about how long Europe can maintain this, you're absolutely right. I mean, there are countries, not just the countries that you mentioned, but other major countries in Europe that are struggling with costs and budgets and also with public outrage, that the money that is needed to be funneled internally, locally and domestically is being sent to Ukraine. So I don't think that is very sustainable for a long time.
Yeah, it's a super interesting conversation, and I think a lot of analysts are now asking how long Europe will really keep funding Ukraine. But thanks so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara has urged civilians to work together to rebuild their country as they mark a year since the ousting of ruler Bashar al-Assad. Al-Shara led an alliance that took the capital Damascus this time last year after nearly 14 years of war, putting an end to more than 5 decades of the al-Assad's family rule. Jono, let's start with you, because I think everyone watching the show and ourselves will remember that very moment that the Assad regime fell. It seemed to happen very quickly. But what does Syria, the first year after al-Assad was gone, tell us about the country's path towards recovery, stability and a future?
Well, what we know from this is that ending the regime was the easy part of this entire process. We've got a country that's faced 14 years of civil war. The real test is rebuilding the country after that. Symbolically, the first year matters hugely because it's that unity messaging, it's the celebrations that we're seeing all over our screens today, and it's that very clear break from Assad's rule that we're witnessing taking place. But the practical part behind Syria's rebuild is now what follows, and that is enormous, and I don't think you can really take that challenge lightly. There is the economic collapse, the damaged infrastructure that's there on ground, displaced populations. There's everything that goes along with that, the militias that are still there, that hold real power in Syria. All of that is a follow-on. That would be the real test of al-Shara and his true power as de facto president, because, of course, he's not currently elected, and we're probably 4 years away from a presidential election. Even though we've just had government elections there, we're 4 or 5 years away from any presidential election. So stability really depends on al-Shara and how he can translate that battlefield alliances, and even those somewhat soft power alliances that he used when he went to the US, that he can use those into real civilian governance and bring international legitimacy to Syria and to a real government that actually can work for the people of Syria. But it's still a hugely symbolic day for them.
It is hugely symbolic, and there are, as you do say, still sectarian violence that we're seeing in Syria. No rebuilding has happened this year on. I know it's very early to say, Rawia, but no reconstruction started. And obviously we saw al-Shara in the White House, and that was, of course, that was last month. He's built a bond with Donald Trump. We are aware the West support al-Shara, but that doesn't stop the fact that most Syrians are still living in dire poverty. The buildings are crumbling. There's no constitution in place. But do they still see this as a moment to celebrate?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's evident from the footage. If you look at the celebrations, the crowds that filled the streets in Damascus and in different Syrian cities, the squares that were filled with people, I think it is very telling as to how happy and what a joyous occasion this is. We have to remember that we're talking about people who have gone through civil war for 14 years, people who have endured a dictatorship, and one of the worst probably in recent histories, also for decades. So this is a dream. They're still in the euphoria of their dream come true. And it is true that no reconstruction happened in the past year, but I mean, there have been some significant achievements. First of all, the lifting of the sanctions, trying to revive the country economically at least, or jumpstart it. They had to deal with a lot of sectarian violence in different areas, from Druze, from Alawites. They had to deal also with Israel having reoccupied parts of the of Syria near the border. There are a lot of challenges. I think the Syrian people still have, they do understand that these things take time. They do understand also from lessons of history what happened in Iraq, in Tunisia, in Egypt. After the Arab Spring, there is a price to pay for that, which is some period of chaos. I think they're doing well. I think they have the support of the Arab world and major players in the Arab world. They have the support of the Americans as well. And I think, you know, it can be pushed and things will happen. And I think Syrian people, they still have the patience to wait it out and see it through.
I think what's impressive with this as well, like you said, they not only have the support, but I think al-Shara on a world stage has hedged his bets in the right place with places like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Washington. he's playing that out because the main aim of the game here will be a return inward investment into Syria's economy, which I think is what's next. We've heard the pledges already. Once that comes in, then the rebuilding can start. So he's doing the right thing on an international stage. And then I think at grassroots level, there's a lot more work to be done, which is what's going to take a little bit of time. And I think he's fully aware of that.
And I don't think that was ever in doubt, because I was actually just thinking when we were talking about Syria, I do remember those absolutely traumatizing images that came out of Syria during that brutal civil war and how people really suffered and what really happened in the country. So actually seeing people out on the streets today is such...
It's an emotional. It's an emotional moment, even for non-Syrians.
Do you remember
for Arabs as well?
And I remember just watching the bombardment of the cities of Syria, how difficult it was for those people, and now it just feels like a weight has been lifted, but there's still work to happen. And Saudi Arabia also. Tell us a little bit about the gift.
Yes, actually, this is really, really significant. Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, apparently has gifted Ash-Shara a piece of the cover of Al-Kaaba. Al-Kaaba is the most holiest place, location in Islam. It's where all Muslims go to do the pilgrimage. It's the square building that is covered in black. So the cover of it is called Al-Kiswa, and it is very significant, and it has it has almost a sacred status in Islam. Apparently, he has gifted him a piece of it in February when he did his first out-of-state visit after he took power. But he didn't announce it, and he kept it for the special occasion of celebrating the first year anniversary of the overthrowing of al-Assad. It's now on display, as you can see, in the Umayyad mosque, the historic mosque, and it's very significant because the Saudis don't just give such gifts casually, something that is so holy, so religiously important and significant. They don't give it out casually. Usually when they do, it is to either, it's like an affirmation. It's a recognition of the authority of the person this gift has been given to. Legitimizing. It deepens also the alliance, and it cultivates loyalty, and partnership. So this is the significance and the symbolism behind this gift.
Jono, quickly, we're running out of time, but I want you to quickly talk to me. We know Bashar al-Assad is currently in Moscow. There's been a leak. What's happening?
The leak in the video is in poor quality audio. You can hear him say that Putin looks a little bit puffy right now, and he's had a lot of surgeries. That is a loose translation of what was said. However, what I think this is probably good from an international point of view. It means there may be some fractions and some cracks perhaps in that Moscow-Damascus alliance that we've seen for quite some time. So that may be a good thing, because we do know, of course, there's a military base that's there as well. Russia has relied on Syria for strategic footholds in the Middle East. Now that military base that's in Tartus is still there, but there's an air base as well. That huge strategic asset that Moscow have is not necessarily in jeopardy, but it means that Syria has firmly put its foot and said, right, Washington's the side that we want to be on. I think that's probably a wise choice. And it kind of removes, as Russia is so distracted, as we mentioned, with Ukraine right now, that's draining money and manpower. Damascus is the last thing on their list. So I think it's distracted away from that for a little while. This might be something which comes back to bite him. I don't think it is, but it may be something he has to answer for. But for now, it seems to solidify where his allegiances lie.
Very interesting. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And an 88-year-old US Army veteran who spent years working full-time at a grocery store to make ends meet is finally getting a break. Ed Bambas went viral after Australian influencer Samuel Weidenhofer shared his story online, highlighting his financial struggles and also personal losses. The influencer set up a GoFundMe campaign that raised over $1.7 million, allowing Bambas to retire. Raul, this story went viral online. I don't know, most of us might have seen it, but how this particular story about Ed Bambas you know, how hard is it for seniors in America who do wish and dream of retiring like we're always told we finally would?
Yeah. Well, it's becoming increasingly hard to retire in the US. First of all, the costs are rising much faster than income. So seniors are having to face, you know, very high prices in housing, food, utilities, medical care. And at the same time, their social security is not rising that much. It's rising very modestly, not sort of in relation to the rising costs, which means that you know, seniors end up with no social security or hardly enough. Basically, they're getting social security is the only means of income, and I think they pay around maximum $1,900 a month, which is barely enough to survive anywhere in the U.S. That's number one. Number two is Americans are living longer, yet they are living less healthy. So they are, you know, they're living longer, yet they have more extensive medical bills, more expensive, you know, also consistent care, assisted living, all of these things, and they're living with chronic illnesses that need, you know, you need to throw money at it all the time. And also their social security or their pensions or Medicare, let's say, it does not cover any assisted living for these pensioners. And also we should not forget that, you know, most traditional pensions have been, they have stopped, and now they have been replaced with the 401ks.
And in his case, he actually worked for General Motors, and the company went bankrupt, so he lost his pension, and that's also something that happened. And obviously, if you lose your pension and you also lose your medical insurance, it was like a whole state of things that had happened to him, a chain of events. And he was making ends meet working at this grocery store. But, Jono, I saw the video online, and it's so emotional because this lovely man, Ed, is doing 8 hours a day at the grocery store. He's making up the money where he can to be a little bit more comfortable. But should we be comfortable with influencers and viral videos stepping in to help people like Ed? Or is this a sign that basically, as Raria was explaining, the system's just broken?
So I think from both sides on this, on one hand, you see this wonderful public response to a genuinely moving story, and it shows that human generosity still shines through, and I guess that does restore your faith in humanity somewhat. But the uncomfortable truth is that no 88-year-old should be working in a grocery store to make ends meet, and certainly shouldn't need a TikToker or a GoFundMe page to retire with dignity, having given 88 years of your life already to the working system. So that viral kindness kind of becomes a safety net. And what it then does as a chain reaction of events is highlights the systematic failures of everything from pensions, from healthcare, from elderly support, I think, in the Western world in general.
It's terrible.
Really is something to, they'll do studies on this and say, how did we get this so wrong? Influencers can help individuals, and it's wonderful for Ed. This is a lovely into a story with $1.7 million. He can retire. But what about everybody else? And it's 1 in 5 people who are over the age of 65 are still working. They're still actively working just to make ends meet. And then if you look at the senior 65 plus who are part-time working, that figure goes up to around almost 40%, just shy of 40%. Full-time employees is at 20%. That is a lot of people over the age of 65 who should be enjoying the prime of their life, retired, relaxing. And there's been systematic failures across the board.
I feel
undoubtedly.
I feel there's another dimension to this. It's not just a failure of the pension system or the financial, whatever, the social security system in the West. I think also there's a glitch or a problem in the culture as well, and in the social system. Let me just do a very simple comparison. You know, in the Arab world, in a lot of the Arab countries, there is, not in the Gulf maybe, but in other Arab countries, there is no social security in some countries, and some countries definitely have no pension systems. Okay, so in our culture, our pension fund are our children. Okay, and this, in general, Arab children, you know, they grow up with this cultural idea that, you know, I have to take care of my parents. And therefore, you would find much less old people's homes in the Arab world than what you would find in the West. In fact, in the Arab world, you would find two brothers, like I read this beautiful story about two Saudi brothers, old men, who went to court and fought over who is going to take care of their elderly mother. And, you know, the older son was saying, I want to continue caring for her, while the younger son is saying, I want to care for her because my older brother is getting old and he cannot. And after, you know, the court ordered that the younger son should take care of her, it's very emotional. So this is, I think, this could be an answer also to the West's problem. It's not just about the social security system, it's about the culture as well.
And then once again, people are passing it off to the government, aren't they? It seems to be something the Western world do, rather than sort of taking a social responsibility for it themselves.
It is hugely expensive as well, and you mentioned care homes. They're hugely expensive. They're
vastly expensive.
Crazy. Money and pensions will cover the bare minimum when it comes to an elderly care home.
A lot of people have to sell their house.
And that's exactly what they will do, and they'll move into assisted living accommodation, or they'll move into an elderly people's home. But again, that is a Western culture, which is something that I think within the last 40 years, we've seen this flip from where it went, your elderly family will move in to live with you and they'll have their primary care in the homestead of their children. And it's moved from that to let's make it somebody else's problem. And luckily for Ed, at 88 years old, he's got his wits about him. He's well able to get out there and do this work, but he really shouldn't have to, nor should anyone who are in that age of their life. Enjoy, retire. The dimmer years of your life should be spent in convalescence, which I know my dad is a huge fan of, and has been for the last 15 years.
The problem, I think, is going to get worse in the next couple of decades.
Yes.
It's
just even more expensive, and the longer and longer people do live. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story. Paramount has launched a $108.4 billion hostile bid for Warner Brothers, challenging Netflix, which had reached a $72 billion takeover deal with the company. It comes after President Trump said he will be involved in the deal between Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery after raising concerns about Netflix's big market share and the firm's combined size, saying it could be a problem. Jono, this has got really juicy and exciting today, hasn't it? Well, so we thought it was all kind of over on Friday. Netflix had won the bid. OK, great. Now there's a twist.
Well, there is, because Donald Trump's got involved. And you might think, well, why? Why is the President of the United States getting involved? He's a businessman at heart, and that's probably because he can. But what changes that? Paramount's bid is not really just about commercial anymore. It's political. It's a legal minefield as well, on top of everything else. But Donald Trump's team and him saying that he might be challenging parts of this deal, particularly around the control of the platform and licensing, this simply stems down to who will Paramount support? Paramount owns CBS, 60 Minutes. That's a personal one. Paramount Plus, MTV, Comedy Central. And a lot of these have taken a pop at the administration or at Donald Trump personally in the past. So mainstream media in general, Donald Trump has viewed it, as we know, as hostile towards him. So any change in ownership raises that big question for Trump and for the team in the White House. Who will the network now support? Who will oppose him? Who will go neutral in this situation? So any change in the media, very Rupert Murdoch-esque, will be something that Donald Trump would like to have his fingers in the pie of. And that's why we're seeing that. That's why this will lead the stories, the bulletins. And as you say, you worry about Netflix controlling the majority of leadership and media in the US. He will look at this and see if this is going to be a takeover, which could potentially hamper his further efforts for a third term.
But this is quite an interesting one, because we have to look at the Paramount Skydance, the bid they've put in. It's a superior alternative to Netflix, delivering more cash upfront to shareholders. So Paramount will offer $30 per share. Netflix will offer $27.5 per share. Okay. Now, also, Netflix deals mean that it will take over the streaming services from Warner Brothers. But the Paramount deal, they'll take it all over, which is really interesting. So when we look at it, Paramount will buy more of Warner Brothers, Netflix will just buy the streaming services. And Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is among the financial partners Paramount is working with as part of the deal.
And that explains why President Trump...
It's so interesting, right? Because there's lots of different things coming into play here. If we have a look at about it, Donald Trump wants to get involved. Jared Kushner is involved in part of the Paramount funding. and now we've seen this big sort of swoop in, which is going to make it, I think, a bit messy when Paramount do go for this Warner Brothers deal.
It sounds like
because
it
Netflix
will.
has already been given it.
I'm personally happy that Game of Thrones is going to be on Netflix. Personally,
I've never watched
but it does. It does. You never watched them?
No, I never watched it. He's never watched it.
I've never watched it either. No.
Yeah.
One episode and I fell asleep.
Well, it's the best TV show in history.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, and not. This is not my
According to Rabia.
Not my opinion, honestly. Not my.
But I want to talk to you because some of the Netflix productions actually came up in the Golden Globes. One that I watched, The Beast in Me. Beast in the Beast. Is that the name? I always forget the name. But I watched a few of them. Tell us about those global.
Well, I'll tell you about some of the nominations for the Golden Globes. The most nominated film, apparently, was One Battle After Another. It's by Warner Brothers, and it led with 9 nominations, including Best Motion Picture, musical or comedy. As far as top drama contenders, you have Sentimental Value, which is by Neon, which is an independent production, I think. And Sinners, which is by Warner Brothers. They're strong contenders for Best Motion Picture Drama with 8 or 7 nominations, respectively. And then you have the leading studio by volume. Apparently, the independent studio Neon, as I said, received the most film nominations, over 21 films. Now, Netflix also has some film nominations. Frankenstein, also K-pop Demon Hunters, and Nouvelle Vague. I haven't watched any of those.
I've watched Frankenstein.
I haven't.
I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, I watched Frankenstein.
Good movie, but again, I think
movie.
Netflix is what's the Grammys. What makes them the Golden Globes? What makes them different is that they're a bit more playful than anything the Oscars will do, and I think the Oscars always tick the boxes for the big spending, big hitting, spectacle type movies, whereas the Golden Globes tend to take into account, like you said, the independent movies.
The more indie stuff.
Stuff that's a bit more off-piste, more than anything else. So it's historically been a bit more playful than the Oscars, and I think they mix up the prestige with popularity in this. And I think that's why you missed out on things like Wicked getting a nod. Because, I mean, it's a massive movie and it was 3 hours long, but the whole thing was just tripe, wasn't it? But if you love those big box office movies, when the Oscars come around, it'll be nodded left, right and centre.
I must say that, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but I have not been watching a lot of movies recently, since Netflix, since the streaming trend, since all the series. And I think it's, I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels that sort of we're moving away from movies in general.
I've never watched movies, so I'm the worst person to ask.
I mean,
I
who
must
goes
have
to
missed
the
something.
cinema
Well,
now?
nobody. That's what I think.
Yeah,
Global
no one
cinemas
goes
is
to
down
cinema.
80% from pre-COVID levels, and I think we changed our habits and we never got back into going to the cinema again. And now your Bollywood movies are the big hitters in the box office, but your Hollywood movies, unless they're on streaming services, nobody's really giving a hoot.
I do think that what is quite interesting, I just think that right now the Golden Globes nominations included podcasts for the first time ever.
Yes,
and I found that fascinating because, as you say, we're listening to things more. We might not be going to the cinema, but there's been podcasts are such a hit now, and just the amount of people who listen to them. So I thought that there was a podcast category, and my favourite podcast...
I think about time they have such a category.
Call Her Daddy, Leigh Ann Gerrans' favourite podcast, was nominated. So,
congratulations then.
Everyone take a listen to Call Her Daddy. Now, it's that time of the show where Rabia and Jonna have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Rabia, yours is about 2 tiger cubs. They're making history. Can you tell us a bit more?
Yes, 2 Siberian tigers apparently were born in a Moscow zoo, and they were born in August. At the Zoo Center for Reproduction for Rare Animal Species. Apparently, they're so cute. They're so cute. The cubs are a male and a female, and they didn't name them yet they refer to them in the zoo as the royal siblings, apparently, as their parents used to live in the wild. Also, in September, they weighed 7 kilograms, but then now, apparently, or last month, they weighed 12 kilograms. So they're doing well. They're growing, and well. And also, for the first 3 months, Shiva, their mother, nursed her cubs, but later, apparently, they began eating raw meat, and they have learned to hunt quail.
Oh, they're so cute.
They're
Look at
adorable.
the little things.
Yeah, it's almost difficult to remember that they'll rip your arms off.
I know.
That's the scary thing about it. And it's also important to remember, Leigh Ann, I'm just going to do my little plug about zoos here. There are more tigers living in captivity than in the wild. And we'll move on from that because sometimes I feel like, you know, zoos and Leigh Ann, I like to have my little rant, but I won't tonight. And Jono, we're now moving on from cuddly tiger cubs. And if you want to bring back the Xmas sparkle, oh, God, you've got to sit on Santa's lap, do you?
That's it. Once you hit the age of 6, once you hit the age of 6, that's when the maximum Christmas joy, and I think if you think back to your childhood, when did you have the maximum excitement for Christmas? It's at the age of 6. After that, it begins to peter off a little bit. And then when you get back into adulthood, once you become parents, 70% of parents say that they once again feel that Christmas magic, and they get to start new Christmas traditions and that joy of the kids coming down to unwrap gifts from Santa Claus on Christmas morning. All of that is back into your life once again. But there is a way to try and kind of fake it till you make it. If there's no kids in your life, or you're trying to find a way to get that Christmas spark again, or maybe you've got adult kids, the way to bring that Christmas joy back is to go to visit Santa Claus as an adult and to sit on his lap and take a picture. And as someone who I enjoy costume characters, I love a visit to Santa's grotto when there's such an opportunity arises. It does fill me with Christmas joy and also somewhat fear. But I think you need to try and balance out the sparkle to get you into the season.
Does Santa have a six-pack? Lewis, can we choose the Santa?
A good question. I think it depends on Santa.
You know, what's the Santa like? You know, do you have like? Because I'm not sure about sitting on Santa's lap.
Well, it wouldn't make a difference.
What he looks like.
It wouldn't make a difference. So he's wearing a fake belly, and it doesn't make a difference.
So okay, all right.
But a real Santa, like a proper chubby Santa, that's the one that's going to give you, I think what you're describing is Ozempic Santa.
Yeah, we need
Ozempic Santa
issue. But I think the traditional Santa is what kind of fills you with joy because it feels a bit less threatening than what you described.
And more cushiony as well.
Yeah.
And more cushiony.
Yeah.
Do you think you've lost the Christmas sparkle? I can't remember really being 6, but I do feel like the Christmas magic, you do lose it when you sort of
I think when you find out that Santa's not real, that's when you lose it.
Who told you that?
Is he real?
He's 100%.
It's real.
I found that with my kids, actually.
Everybody,
they
he's
lost it
real. No.
My kids lost it once they found out.
You can't spread speculation like that.
No.
I'm sorry.
But
I exposed the secret.
Easter Bunny? No, I'm only kidding. But
Tooth Fairy?
Yeah. No.
All legit.
All legit.
They're all real.
But it is so true, because, you know, this year, I don't know if you guys have, but I put up my Christmas tree, and it actually felt really nice, and I did feel exciting. It's always a nice time of the year. You feel yourself beginning to unwind. Sometimes it's quite nice to buy presents for other people, and it's an excuse to catch up with people that you haven't seen for a long time.
Well, if you just go and spend a couple of minutes in Santa's grotto, get a little gift off him, you'll feel even more festive.
Are you dressing up as Santa this year?
Absolutely not.
I think it's inviting everyone.
What's really beautiful about Christmas is that it's not just for Christians, basically. It's the entire world kind of celebrates it, and even for Muslims. I mean, we celebrate it in the sense that, you know, it's that special time of year, special season. Everybody gets together. It has something really special, even, you know, away from religious anything.
It's the giving season, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, thank you so much to our guests, Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami and Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next with Tom Burges Watson. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs,
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, Australia in mourning, following on from the worst mass shooting in almost 30 years, in which police accuse a father and son duo of killing 15 people at a Jewish celebration on the beachfront in Sydney. We'll be speaking to a witness who watched the events unfolding. Plus, we'll be examining the growing chorus of warnings about the threat posed by Russia. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on Sunday's mass shooting at Sydney's Bondi Beach. Well, the police there in Australia declared that attack, which targeted a Jewish celebration, to be a terrorist incident. Well, in addition to the 16 fatalities, one of whom was the gunman, a further 40 people were injured during the incident. Well, one of the two suspected shooters, as I said, is amongst the dead. The second, his son, was injured. Well, the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese called the attack, quote, an act of evil anti-Semitism. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Grace Matthew, who is an eyewitness and a resident of the Bondi area. She joins us now from Sydney. Grace, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I mean, you've had an extremely traumatic, I gathered, 24 hours. I mean, first of all, how are you doing and how have you processed all of this?
It's been beyond belief, but sadly not surprising. And that's the sentiment that I've heard from a lot of my Jewish friends in particular. Deeply, deeply disturbing scenes in our beautiful home, a place that is just so representative of freedom and fun and family and community. And it was just so unexpected for us to have such a beautiful day interrupted by the scenes that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, one of the witnesses that I heard interviewed said she thought she heard fireworks, and in fact it turned out to be gunfire, as we now know. At what point did you become aware of exactly what was happening there on Bondi Beach?
It was a little too light for it to be fireworks. I think that there was, obviously Australia being such a peaceful nation, it's far more likely for a noise like that to be the sound of festivities than it is for it to be gunfire. But I was just about to walk down to where the Hanukkah festival was happening down at Bondi Beach. And as I was about to walk down, less than a block away from it, I was probably 100 metres away, I noticed a group of people running up the hill. And I initially just thought they were a group of merrymakers running with their dog. And then another group ran past and they shouted, there's a shooting, there's a mass shooting, they're killing people. And I was just passing by a nearby church and the pastor pulled a group of us inside and locked the doors, moved us into an area where we could be safe. And a group of us just stayed there and prayed for peace and prayed for a miracle to save the people who were just so close by and yet who were facing a very different fate.
Yeah, I mean, a horrific situation by the sounds of things. And I'm just wondering, because you know the area well, I mean, did there tend to be lots of police around there and did they intervene quite quickly?
On a day like this past Sunday, which was a stunning day, the beach was packed with people from all areas of Sydney and tourists who'd come from around the world. Typically there would be a light police presence, but very light. The thing, though, that surprised me, because this was a major Jewish festival, and in the last 2.5 years, particularly following the attacks on October 7th, that have led to just so much sort of politicization and anti-Semitism. Most public Jewish events have required a large amount of security and a solid police presence. And so I could not understand why there was seemingly no police support that was present during the attacks. And it took them many more minutes than I think it should have to respond. I can understand, though, Australia being such a peaceful place, I don't think many first responders would be used to this kind of a crisis, and I think no one knows how they'll respond in a moment like this. But it certainly shows that we need greater training of and preparedness of any first responder, whether it be police people or beyond. Minutes later, once it had all kind of happened and the two shooters had been neutralised, there were more sirens than I've ever heard in my life. There was, the place was lit up like a Christmas display with ambulances, sirens. There were police cars, army members, even helicopters coming through. So, just very sad that there was not that quick response that would have saved even more lives.
And Grace, as you've implied and as we've been reporting, that was by no means an isolated attack on Jewish people or Jewish institutions in Australia. Do you feel safe in Australia? Do you feel like Sydney is a safe place for you to be right now?
For the most part, yes. Australia, I've lived here the vast majority of my life. I was born here, and I've never... there would be very, very few moments that I would have ever felt unsafe. So it was a surreal thing to wake up the next morning and think, gosh, could there be a car bomb in a vehicle? Or are there more planned terror attacks? And how does one move through one's home area with that in mind? But I think that the way that the community has responded, and certainly the way that I've responded, is that no, we will not give in to fear. Like if terrorism is aimed at producing terror, then that is certainly not how we will be living, and we're not going to adjust our way of life to suit, the threat that a group would like to impose on Australia. This is a land that is, our national anthem says, Australians all let us rejoice for we are young and free. And we're not going to be letting go of that ideal, and that will be how we continue to live. And I think that what will come from this is, a tightening of the laws around gun control, around immigration, around, all the various inputs that are required for us to continue to live free and boldly, embrace a life without fear.
There are a lot of people, a lot of profiles who've been, on the front pages and in the top stories these last 24 hours. There is, of course, the father-son duo. The father was killed at the scene. His 24-year-old son is in hospital. But there's this other person, the 43-year-old Sydney fruit shop owner, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who tackled and disarmed the 24-year-old gunman. Do you think it's fair to say that a lot more people would have been killed were it not for the bravery of Ahmed Al-Ahmed?
Absolutely. I think that he is just the epitome of an Australian working class hero, as we like to call them. And it's been so heartwarming to see the outpouring of love and appreciation for this incredible man from the community. I think there's already been over $500,000 raised just from people wanting to contribute to say thank you and to honour his sacrifice and his bravery and courage in the face of such an incredible threat. I also think, though, that it really should cause each of us to think into ourselves, like, how can we, in moments of threat, not just run for our own safety, but lean into serving our neighbour and in some cases even walking into the line of fire if that means that we can be of service to others, and not for the sake of being heroes, but because I think our society really requires a level of unity and courage that has not been required of us in the last few decades. So I really hope that he inspires a lot of us to think very differently about how we're leading our everyday lives.
And there were lots of other heroes as well, weren't there? Not just the ones that made the front pages, but of course those in the emergency services. And then there were the standers-by who carried out CPR and first aid on people before the first responders got to them. I mean, I wonder if you saw any of that firsthand, and are there any unsung heroes that you think, need to be singled out here?
I could tell you countless stories. I've had friends of mine who were at the scene, again, just enjoying the sunset, and then who were forced to go and help children or elderly people. I had a friend of mine who initially, when he heard the gunfire, ran away and then realized what was happening and ran back to help elderly people escape. I know of one gentleman who did a CPR course that day. He did a first aid course that day and then went down to the beach. And literally, I was told that he prayed and said, you know, dear God, please let me never have to use this, this knowledge that I now have, and found himself on the scene at the festival helping to revive someone who'd been shot. And he just happened to speak Russian, and the person who was with them spoke Russian. Like, just so many stories of people who, and you know, another person whose child sort of went missing amongst the melee of everything that was happening, and they then found that a lady had covered, like, basically sheltered that child under her own body and put herself into the line of fire as a result. So just so many stories of people kind of going the extra mile, and really, you know, really there was so much courage that was shown. And I think it really is a testament to Australian society and the fact that we will band together. But it's just, I think we're still processing how incredibly disturbing the scenes were, and the fact that they were all caught on camera. You know, we just live in a very different world. And so I think there's a lot to come to terms with in terms of how this changes how we move forward.
Sure. And just lastly, Grace, I know you live really near, as you were telling us earlier, really near where all of this happened on Bondi Beach. And there is a makeshift memorial that's been set up there today. And I just wondered whether you feel like you have the strength and the will, really, to go and pay tribute at that memorial, or is that something you want to leave for later?
I've spent most of the day at the memorial. You know, I've shed a number of tears at moments. It's been a very, very, like, difficult to come to terms with moment. But at the same time, you know, we heard from one of the local rabbis this afternoon, Rabbi Wolf, who lit candles for Hanukkah and shared a message that, you know, we are all called to be a light in the darkness, and that we're all called to bring a new level of unity, and that the strength of what we will come through this with is resilience that comes from us banding together as a society and really stamping out hate and saying no to fear and resisting in that manner. And so it's just been really incredible to see the mix of people who've come down in solidarity with the Jewish community, the Christians, even members of other various religious groups and other ethnic groups that have come down in solidarity and brought their heartfelt and wholehearted support. Politicians, celebrities, like a whole mix of society. And I think it's been really healing for us to come together and just see that in moments of crisis, we do unify, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Grace Matthew, eyewitness and resident of the Bondi area of Sydney. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more analysis now. We can speak to Major General Chip Chapman, who's a security expert and the former head of counterterrorism at the Ministry of Defence in the UK. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I mean, according to reports, there's been a string of perceived or interpreted as anti-Semitic attacks in Australia, which have targeted buildings and individuals there since the 7th of October. And I'm wondering whether, in your mind, the warning signs were there ahead of Sunday's attack.
Well, what we've seen since 7/7 is a rise in both extremism and in hate crime. And what you've just described really is a manifestation of hate crime. That is not the same as terrorism, which must have a ideological, political, religious or racial component, and to have a significant human element in terms of death or destruction. That's the difference. There's not also necessarily a linear pathway between what you've described in terms of extremism and hate crimes and terrorism. That said, it seems that the Australian authorities have tolerated the intolerable, and that can be one of the definitions of extremism. And it can be that there are pathways between extremism and terrorism, but they're not necessarily linked.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on this year, the Australian government accused Iran of orchestrating a wave of anti-Semitic attacks, and that resulted in the ambassador of Iran being expelled from Australia. This happened 4 months ago. I mean, does that perhaps suggest there could have been an element of coordination or some sort of an organizational element to this attack on Sunday that perhaps hasn't been considered up until this point?
Well, no, not at all. At the moment, they're saying that there is no organizational link to IS, and they've certainly found Islamic State paraphernalia. So at the moment, you would probably say that this is inspired by, but not controlled from IS. Neither do I think it was plotted from IS. But some of the other questions you asked, because you said about the Iranian link, and of course, the Iranians are generally Shia, not Sunni, is there a foreign link? That's one of the fundamental questions you ask after a terrorist attack, and that will be one of the avenues that the Australian authorities will be exploring, along with the two predominant questions which you ask after that, which is there another attack coming, and is there a network? Some of the other things we also ask are also in train. So, for example, what mistakes did government officials make? And of course, one of the antagonists, the one who's been killed, seemed to have a legal license for 6 guns. How was that allowed to happen in a country where gun laws after the 1996 massacre in Tasmania were heavily caveated? And lastly, what new authorities, laws or changes are needed? And it's always the case at the moment, they seem to go for the low-hanging fruit. That is, what changes do we need to gun laws, which are already very draconian, rather than looking at the first question you asked, Tom, which is, have they tolerated things which have led to a progression from hate crime and extremism into terrorism?
Right. I mean, it's according to a report that was published by Tel Aviv University, Australia and Italy are the 2 countries that have seen the most significant rise in anti-Semitic attacks.
Trend reports. None of those would mention terrorism in those countries. Indeed, in Italy, the greatest terrorist threat or manifestation in terms of those which are terrorist, either completed, failed or foiled, are left-wing or anarchist attacks. So again, you have to separate this, the extremism and hate crime from terrorism. They can be different things, as I've said, and there is very little evidence of terrorist attacks against Jewish targets. That's not to say there hasn't been an exponential rise both in anti-Semitism, which there has in Europe, and in terms of anti-Islam, which again there also been. And so a lot of these threats that you've mentioned by developments beyond both the EU border and the Australian border. And of course, the most predominant one is what has been going on in Gaza and how that has shaped the violent extremism narrative.
Right. And we've heard, in fact, in the last 24 hours, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accusing the Australian government of, quote, pouring oil on the fire of anti-Semitism. And there he's referring to Canberra's decision to recognise Palestinian statehood. That happened back in August. What's the logic here? Do you think that Prime Minister Netanyahu is getting at?
I think the logic he's getting at is that the recognising the Palestinian state seems to have been premature. So, for example, if you take a view which is different than that, for example, the Singaporean authorities, that they will only recognise a Palestinian state when 3 things pertain. Firstly, when there's an effective government. Secondly, when they accept the right of Israel to exist. And thirdly, they renounce violence. Now, in this case, at a very tactical level of the attack in Sydney, the protagonists didn't accept the right of Jewish people to exist, and neither, of course, did they go on a pathway of renouncing terrorism, because this was absolutely a terrorist act. So the Singaporean model seems to me to be what most countries should have gone to, rather than ploughing in before we've got something durable. And we're not even into phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire yet. We're still in phase 1. We hope that phase 2 might happen in early 2026. But it's not a done deal that we'll get to phase 3 by any means, in the same way that we didn't get past phase 1 in the same time last year at the end of 2024.
The Prime Minister of Australia, Albanese, has said, we will do whatever is necessary to stamp out anti-Semitism. And I'm just wondering, I mean, what can a government realistically do to stamp out anti-Semitism?
Well, you have to look at ideology based on violence, hatred, or intolerance that aims to negate or destroy the fundamental rights of other people. If you have, or a country has allowed an atmosphere of sort of righteous impunity, is the way that some commentators have described it in Australia, then this can have its own pervasiveness, which allows anti-Semitism to rise. So, for example, one of the things which, I was over in Australia last year, my son lives there, the Palestinians in Sydney celebrated the 7th of October massacre at Sydney Opera House. They tolerated weekly street protests in Sydney, which are overtly anti-Semitic. So in terms of things where you tolerate on the street, that is absolutely something that people can look at, because there's this notion in the West that free speech means that you can say anything, and that is patently not the case. Free speech should be there as a means, not an end in itself, and the means is to have an educated public which can debate things sensibly without going to a real right of arc sort of scenario where you get involved in violent extremism or Salafist jihadism, as we saw in this case.
Do you think other cities need to step up security for Jewish communities in light of what's happened there in Sydney?
Well, I think they probably do. I mean, one of the weaknesses, and I think the authorities in Sydney may be culpable here, is that if there has been this pervasive hate crime and extremism over the last 2 years, then the security of any crowded places events, because that's what we really talk about in counter-terrorism methodology, need to be looked at. So where there are events where there's a potentially heightened security profile, either because of the scale or who is involved in terms of the grouping, and here it's of course a Jewish celebration, then those things need to be secured in the same way. In this month, you would expect the Christmas markets to be secured in the same way that they have been over the last few years because of the attacks which happened on Christmas markets in Germany and other places in the last 7 or 8 years.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. Major General Chip Chapman, security expert and former head of counter-terrorism in the Ministry of Defence in the UK. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom.
Now to the latest on the situation in Ukraine. And on the diplomatic front, talks between the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the US envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner continued for a second day today in Berlin. Well, Ukraine's NATO ambitions, territory and elections are all reported to have been discussed. Well, for now, Kyiv appears to be pushing back against Washington's demands that it pull troops from the Donbass and cede territory. Well, these talks come as the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte issued a chilling warning. He said that Russia could attack a NATO member state within the next 5 years. Meanwhile, the new head of Britain's foreign spy service, MI6, has also issued a warning, saying that Russia poses an acute threat, and she accused Moscow of, quote, exporting chaos. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Lieutenant General David Leakey, who is a former British Army general. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's start by talking about the diplomatic efforts. These talks continuing in Berlin, Washington saying that a lot of progress has been made towards ending the conflict in Ukraine. Are you seeing signs of that progress too?
I'm not sure. The big issue here, and I think people tend to lose sight of it, although it's come much more clearly into focus in the last days and weeks in the news reporting, the big issue here is territory, and not just territory, but sovereignty as well. So President Putin's strategic aim was to subjugate Ukraine and bring it back into the Russian sphere of influence, not just sphere of influence, but under its Russian Federation control. It considers Ukraine as part of Russia, the same religion, the same ethnicities, and for Russia, Ukraine is part of what they used to call the near abroad. In other words, the buffer that protects Russia both militarily but also economically. And President Putin has never, ever conceded that he's never conceded that he will adjust his strategic objective here. So if he is going to agree to a peace, he has got to go back to the Russian people with some success out of the enormous loss of blood and treasure, Russian blood and treasure. So for Putin, he has to have a substantial take of Ukrainian territory. On the other hand, for Zelensky, he has to show, and the Ukrainian people have to get credit for defending their territory, and to give up any more would be for them tantamount to defeat. And it would set up a precedent, both sort of internationally, politically, not in law, but a precedent internationally, that if you go and bite off bits of someone else's country, the international community is going to agree to that. And that sets a terrible precedent for stability globally, never mind just in Europe. And if we're talking about Europe, and then speaking back to your comments of the head of MI6 and Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, both promoting the idea that Russia presents a genuine threat to Europe. And there's plenty of evidence for it. And both Mark Rutte and the head of MI6 has come out with a great list of things that Russia has done, or is alleged reportedly has done, as part of its struggle with Europe. And Putin would never say, at the moment at least, that he is at war with Europe. But what I think in Russian, they have a different word for war and struggle, just as we do. And what Putin is doing with Ukraine is he's having a war with Ukraine as part of the struggle with Europe. And the struggle with Europe is that he does not want Europe influence or intervention in or near the Russian Federation. And so he is going to continually make a nuisance of himself to the Europeans in order to keep the Europeans out.
Okay.
So that's where we are. And so far as the peace talks are going, I think the big issue is who's going to get what territory.
Right.
That's the first big issue. There are lots of underlying things, security guarantees and what sanctions can be put on Russia if we fail to get an agreement.
Okay, we'll come back to the warnings that have come from NATO, MI6, and Britain's military air chief as well. We'll come back to those in just a moment. But it sounds to me as though you might agree with what the EU foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, has been saying. She said that the Donbass region, that's one of the regions that Ukraine is under pressure to give up, will not be President Putin's end game, she thinks. Would you agree with that, therefore, that if he's given that territory, he might then perhaps eye up some more territory?
Yes, I think if he's given the Donbass, this is my interpretation of it. If Putin is given the Donbass and that's agreed, I would say this is not a peace outcome; it's a ceasefire outcome. It's go back to 2014 when the Russians took Crimea. Which was a disgraceful act of piracy, of international piracy, of a land grab by one country grabbing somebody else's sovereign territory. Go back to 2014. The international community just said to Russia, well, I'm afraid, that's the way it is. And to Ukraine, that's the way it is. And Russia said, well, good, we've got away with it this time, we'll do it again. And they have. And now they've taken what they hope they'll take, the Donbass. And so that will just be another step in the very, very long-term thinking, which is what the Russians have. Their strategic strategies go out 20, 30, 50 years. And some of them are published and are written about in open publications. And it's very clear that they want Ukraine, and that will remain a strategic objective to bring Ukraine into the Russian near abroad sphere of influence, subjugation, whatever they can get. And that is their strategic aim. So getting the Donbass, getting a ceasefire agreement now, getting a withdrawal of troops, stop the fighting, stop the killing, that's fine. Okay. What needs to be behind that to make it a peace rather than a ceasefire are security guarantees on the side of the Ukrainians, and on the other side, the penalties which Russia would suffer if they didn't stick with that peace agreement. And the penalties that Russia would have to suffer are going to have to be much more consequential than the sort of rather feeble sanctions that have been imposed on their banking, their currency trading, and particularly their resource trading, particularly oil trading. They've so many workarounds on this now that, and I'm never quite sure how much the sanctions are working on Russia. Clearly, their economy is a war economy. It's not a peacetime economy. And in the next 2 or 3 years, their sort of civil infrastructure, their civil economy will collapse to the point of popular dissatisfaction. The war economy can't go on at this rate for more than another, maybe year, 2, 3 years possibly. But beyond that, it can't. Okay. But if they get a ceasefire now, and then it gives them 3 or 4 years to re-establish their armed forces, learn all the lessons from Ukraine, build up their economy again, get the oil flowing, build up their currency reserves, they'll be ready to go again. So the next time they come, the sanctions have got to be much more brutal from the outset, as well as the military defense against Russian aggression, if they persist.
Okay, so I mean, Ukraine is in a situation where it's under pressure from two sides right now to hand over territory, namely the Russians, and also, it would appear, the United States as well. And I'm wondering whether you think realistically Ukraine can resist that pressure.
Well, I suspect one of the debating points here is the extent to which Ukraine militarily and financially can go on, because although I mentioned just now that Russia might be able to sustain their war economy and military effort for another maybe 2 years, possibly, but beyond that, it gets very difficult. Ukraine, I think, is in greater difficulty on 3 fronts: one, financially, economically, and their economy is in trouble, and they've got limited military resources. What will put that right, to a certain extent, is liberating the $150 or so billion of Russian assets that are frozen in Europe and loaning those to Ukraine. That would be a big boost to Ukraine. It would allow them to sustain the present effort war economy for a while longer. But ideally, that money should be being paid into the rebuilding of the Ukrainian infrastructure. The problem with Ukraine at the moment is that they are suffering huge infrastructure damage, millions of hours of electricity, of electrical power being denied to the population. And Russia knows very well that the Ukrainian population, the will of the Ukrainian population will, well, I don't know. The question is, how long is the elastic before it breaks, before the will of the people breaks? And I think that Europe knows that on the Ukrainian side is probably slightly will take less time, I think, than breaking the will of the Russian people.
Okay, let's just quickly, while we've got 2 minutes left, talk about those warnings that have been issued by the head of NATO, the head of MI6, and the British military Air Chief Marshal. We've heard from them, let's take Air Chief Marshal Richard Knighton's warning. He says, President Putin's aim is to challenge, limit, divide, and ultimately destroy NATO. Similarly chilling messages from Mark Rutte and the head of MI6. Who do you think is the intended audience of those warnings?
I think there are 3 audiences for those warnings. One is Putin. And for Putin to be told, we know what his game is, and we're going to resist that. So that's one message. I think one message is for President Trump and the Americans, and that is to say, If you don't recognize what Putin is trying to do, this is what he's trying to do. So please understand that. And Ukraine is part of that story. And secondly, to President Trump, we understand that. And we understand your message, President Trump, and Europeans are going to have to be stronger and spend more in combating the Russian aggression. And the third message, or the third audience rather for the message, is the citizenry, if I can put it that way, of the European nations. We have to realize that we are under threat. I mean, I can't go through the list now, but there is an enormous list of, at the last time I saw it, I think it was over 130 acts of sabotage, flight incursions, gas pipeline cuttings, fiber optic cables and so on being dug up from the seabed, all of these things attributed to the Russians, and interference internally in our countries. There have been arson attacks and so on. All of these things are just pricking away at the Europeans. But if you ask most European citizens, I've just been traveling in Germany recently, and I talked to my German counterparts there, and they're very busy with their lives, running businesses, running family lives. The threat from Russia does not signify. The citizenry of Europe is, I think, insensitive to the threat that Russia poses. It's not to them real. And therefore, when ministers start saying we're going to have to up defence spending by 1%, 2% or 3% more than we have in the past, citizens will say, but why? They haven't got that message through. And by and large in Europe, ministers aren't willing to give that message because it's unwelcome news. And the exception to that is, of course, in the countries that are closest to the Russian Federation. So the countries on the eastern boundary of the European Union, the Baltic states, Poland, and so on. And they feel the heat, much more so. And the increase in defence spending, or the level of defence spending in those countries, is much more accepted by the citizenry there than it is elsewhere in Europe. And the further you go west in Europe, then the less will there is amongst the population to recognise the problem or spend money on it. If you go to Portugal, Spain, Italy, there is a declining interest in knowledge of or willingness to spend on anti-Russian threats and the deterrence that goes with that.
OK, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed, Lieutenant General David Leakey. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining us today. I just want to start with the fact that Nissan is currently facing significant financial challenges and appears to almost be going from bad to worse. What is your advice to the struggling car company you actually saved from bankruptcy?
Look, I think it's difficult to give an advice 7 years after having left the company in the conditions that you know. Because to give a good advice, you need to really analyze the data from inside. You need to understand exactly what are the weaknesses. You need to see the numbers. You need to see the executives. But the bottom line is, you know, that they should take very bold decisions in order to reshape the company. Because frankly, falling back to what was the company in 1999 or even worse is really, really very bad. So I think they're going to have to really establish a plan based on a very clear and realistic diagnosis of the situation, and then address the challenges one after the other. Now, what are these challenges? How deep they are? You need a much more thorough examination of the situation of Nissan for me in order to give you some good advice.
Let's talk about some bold decisions, because as part of Nissan's restructuring plan, they are focusing more on cutting costs than making cars, something very different to your vision when you were at the company. How damaging could this strategy be in the future?
You know, you cannot be saved through cost reduction. You cannot. I mean, you can be saved only with good products, good technology, geographical expansion, fighting on every market, you know, against the toughest competitor. But it may have to start with what I call a cost reallocation. That means you reduce cost where you have money which is not giving you results, and then you put it into what's going to ensure your growth or your profitability. So the reallocation of resources is very important, but it cannot be limited to that. After the reallocation of resources has to be done within a strategy. This strategy has to be based on products and technology. And obviously you're going to have people facing challenges and not running out of them.
Now, many automotive companies are facing huge uncertainty since President Donald Trump announced 25% tariffs on car imports to the US. What do you make of the US president's taxes, and how damaging could they be?
Look, this was not a surprise. The tariff was not a surprise. We know that you know, the U.S. market, which is one of the largest market, probably the second largest market in the world, was importing much more car than exporting. And this has to be balanced. The President of the United States decided to balance it by imposing tariff, which mean making importing cars a little bit less competitive in the United States. So you have to deal with this. This is a reality. You can't escape the reality. You cannot whine about it. You cannot just blame this or that. You just have to reassess your strategy, of your sourcing strategy in function of that. And by the way, a lot of car manufacturers, particularly Japanese car manufacturers, are already reallocating their production, taking in consideration the tariff that have been imposed by the U.S. president.
And how are US auto tariffs shaking the global industry? And are more job losses possibly on the horizon due to this?
Well, I think job losses are linked to the total market. Total market is still growing. I mean, there are going to be changes in jobs. There will be probably more jobs in the United States and less jobs in Japan, or less jobs less jobs in Europe exporting to it. But I think a car manufacturer is going to have to reevaluate their supply chain, and that's what they're doing, instead of, in a certain way, exporting to the United States from Japan or from Korea or from Europe. They are trying to build these cars in the United States, or eventually very near from the border of the United States, Mexico or Canada, in order to reduce the impact of tariff on their own product. This is a fair game. It is something that all car manufacturers have to face, including General Motors and Ford, because you need to remember that they have a lot of plants also in Canada or in Mexico or even in Europe, and they are shipping to the United States. So this is something that is hitting the whole industry. And in fact, the people who are going to be winning are the more nimble, the one who are going to react fast, and they're going to do it in the most efficient way.
And looking at car production figures for 2024, China produced 31 million cars, more than 3 times the number produced by the US and about 4 times the number produced by Japan. Why is China dominating so much in this sector?
Well, China, it's a very interesting case. Some people say, well, China is the new Japan. They remember what Japan was in the 70s and the 80s and even in the 90s. But in fact, China is very different. And it's very different because while Japan has imposed itself on the market by adopting the system and by trying to be competitive within the existing system of supplying the automotive industry with their own approach of Kaizen, which means continuous improvement, basing on quality, on reliability, on lean manufacturing, and a lot of cooperation between the car manufacturer, the suppliers, and even the government. China has a completely different approach. China is not trying to adapt to the system. China is trying to change the system, to adapt, to put in place a system that is more in line with their own interest and their own talent. So they are trying to leapfrog the technology. They became masters in EV, taking advantage of the fact that the Japanese or the Koreans or even the Europeans were late on EV. They've developed a lot of technology in batteries. They're developing a lot of software. They're creating an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem. So the Chinese are trying to change this industry to their own benefit. On top of this, they have a huge cost advantage that they are, in fact, exercising in all the market. And there is a very, very strong coordination between the government, from one side, the industry, the infrastructure, and the financial system. So it makes really China a very strong actor that everybody's going to have to deal with for the years to come.
And it's so interesting because I just hear you talking there about why China is dominating. And I think one of the big questions at the moment is who's going to win the AI race? Is it going to be the US or is it going to be China? So I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Well, it is unclear for the moment. Obviously, the US has a clear advantage, but the Chinese have already shown that they are taking the challenge. They are investing massively. They have a lot of talents. And they have a strategy which consists to really compete against the US in all the fields. So for the moment, I would say the US is in advance, but I don't know how long this is going to prevail. So the jury is still out.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the rise of Chinese cars we've just been talking about has been a significant shift in global automotive markets, of course. But which countries do you think will be more affected by this? Would it be the US? Will it be Europe? Will it be Mexico, Canada, Japan? What do you think is going to suffer the most?
Okay, let me give you my opinion. The first market which is going to suffer the most is going to be Europe. Mm-hmm. And why Europe? Europe has a very strong engineering, but they are very weak on cost. Mm-hmm. And Europe had the very nasty habit to base themselves on regulation versus market. They have been on and off on electric cars. They've been on and off on batteries. And this is really very bad and weakening the European car manufacturers. So I think they're going to be the first victim of the Chinese onslaught on this industry. Second come Japan. And why Japan? Because Japan has been very late on EV until now. Even though Nissan was the leader into mass marketing electric cars, they lost this leadership because they were not focused on it, while Tesla was really advancing very hard. And now, as you know, BYD. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they have lost the race, they are losing the race on EV is very bad from Japan. And on top of this, the Chinese are beating them on cost in all the export market. I would position in third Korea, then eventually Canada and Mexico. But Canada and Mexico, having been mainly manufacturing base for other car manufacturer or American car manufacturer or Japanese car manufacturer, may become a base for Chinese manufacturer in the future. So I would say the big loser, Europe, number one, Japan, number two, followed by Korea. And the United States will be protected because, as you know, there is a tariff which is going to be give much more time for General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler to react. And also because they have strong brands, particularly when we come to like commercial vehicle or pickup truck. The U.S. market the American market are still very strong.
And let's talk a little bit about Tesla, because you mentioned it there, and it's had a real wild ride this year. We've seen the stock decline, and now it's reached new highs. What do you make of Elon Musk's vision and his short-lived moment in US politics?
Well, first, Elon is a formidable entrepreneur. Having brought Tesla where it is today is remarkable. But Tesla is facing a challenge that it was an innovative company, and it has now to transform itself into a hard car manufacturer, competing with an industrial system. And this is where they have a risk when they are facing a company like BYD, because BYD is a close second in terms of innovation and in terms of new things that they are introducing with the electric cars, but they have a formidable competitiveness when it comes to vertical integration, when it comes to cost competitiveness, and also when it comes to investing into the technology that matters for electric car, which means mainly the battery and everything around the software. So it's going to be a very interesting challenge and competition to watch between Tesla from one side and the Chinese maker from the other side, headed by BYD.
And you were actually the first person to run two Fortune 500 companies, Nissan and Renault, at the very same time. How is AI going to change the world, Carlos, that we live in now? And do you use ChatGPT? Because the big question right now is what is going to be the difference when it comes to AI and to the future and jobs?
Yeah. Well, first, I think, yes, obviously AI is going to take a lot of jobs away, but at the same time, it's going to create a lot of jobs on the side. This is a story that we have seen many times. This time it's much more radical, but I'm not very pessimistic about the jobs evolution. I think the job evolution is going to find its way through new technology, new discovery, new needs that AI is going to facilitate. What AI is going to change in terms of management is it's going to empower managers. That means today, the AI tool is going to allow people which are in management jobs to really have a much better decision-making, much better data in order to make these decisions, and frankly, a kind of sparring partner with which they can discuss. Obviously, the manager is going to always have to ask a question. He has to, at the end of the day, shape the strategy. So in my opinion, it's all positive in terms of management company and in terms of executive suites. But there's going to be some kind of job destruction from one side and a lot of job creation from the other side.
And you know something? I was just going to ask you a question. Do you think that there will be a driver's license in the future when we look to somewhere like 2050, let's say? Because driverless cars are really becoming a thing, but they're not widely used at the moment. So do you think someone like me eventually won't need to have a driver's license?
Yeah, you know, we have already a hard time making a provision for 2030, so you can imagine 2050, we are here in speculation. But let me give you my opinion. I think, yes, you will continue to need the driver license. Now, the driver license is not going to test what it used to test you in the past. It's going to be something very, very new, because even if you are into a robot-taxi or in a completely autonomous car, you're going to have to be inside, or you're going to have somebody's going to have to own this product on the market. You have a problem of liability. So driving license or owning a car like this is going to require some tests to make sure that you're going to act safely and within the normal responsibility that everybody who owns a car needs to demonstrate.
I actually went to see one of those autonomous vehicles here in Dubai. They're absolutely fascinating, I must say that. But I still think, like you say, a driver's license is needed. And just another question looking to the future. And I want to talk a little bit about traditional fiat currencies. Do you think they'll still dominate? Or do you think new currencies like Bitcoin, which is obviously gaining in popularity, will be the new normal?
Look, it's very hard to answer your question, but what is absolutely sure is that near the fiat currencies, you're going to have cryptocurrencies, you're going to have gold or silver. I think all of them are going to exist for different needs and to protect people in different countries. So I'm expecting a kind of rise of the popularity of the cryptocurrencies, obviously with up and down and crisis, and it goes down, then go up, but the trend is going to be up, in my opinion. And look what's happening with gold. And each one of them has its own advantage. For example, one of the reasons for which gold is going up today is the fact there is some kind of defiance, not only from central banks in the world, but also from a lot of people across the globe against fiat currencies because of the indebtedness of the states and because of the difficulty that many important states in the economy have trouble to control their deficit. So people are a little bit scared. So some of them go to cryptocurrencies, but as you know, some people also are worried about cryptocurrencies because the cryptocurrency is a little bit virtual. So they like something a little bit more concrete. They go to gold. So holding physical gold is probably something which you have no intermediaries. You're sure that is there, and you're sure you can be using it the day you need it. So my opinion, you're going to have all of this present, different needs, very, very difficult to try to imagine that in 25 years down the road, if one of them is going to prevail.
Yeah, it's so interesting because gold, of course, always been a traditional safe haven that people flock to at times of uncertainty. But I just want to turn our attention now to Lebanon, of course, where you live. How's life been treating you since you escaped Japan? And that was almost 7 years ago now.
Well, look, Lebanon is as you know, it's a martyr country, under a lot of pressures from different angles. There is a financial crisis, there is an economic crisis, there is a social crisis, there is war on the border, there is a political crisis. So all kinds of crises exist in Lebanon. But beside that, this is a country which is beautiful, which has a lot of resources. It has a lot of talented people, unfortunately exercising their talent more outside the country than inside the country. So I think this is a country that when it will find stability, it will, rise. It will rise again. But nobody's able to predict when this will happen. Concerning myself, I'm enjoying the good part of Lebanon. Obviously, I'm not involved into politics. I'm involved into social work to help people who are in need. But mainly, I'm staying on the side of it. And because I'm staying on the side of it, I can enjoy the beauty of Lebanon. I can enjoy the warmth of its population. I can enjoy everything Lebanon has to offer for not only its population, but also for the people who have the courage to visit it in these circumstances.
And you, of course, know everything about crisis management. Do you think you'll ever be involved in the political scene in Lebanon?
No, I would not be involved, but I said I would be ready to help any person who would be legitimately elected to a responsibility as long as they ask for this help. I'm ready to put my own experience to serve the country, which hospitality has been great for me. I'm ready to do that. But involved into the political game, no, I'm not interested.
And do you think that Lebanon will ever normalize ties with Israel?
Well, I think that In my opinion, yes, it will happen. Maybe not now, but it will happen in the future, because this is really a basic condition for Lebanon to rise again. As long as Lebanon is in a state of war and a state of conflict, it's going to be very difficult to see how people are going to be investing in and how the economy is going to be shaped up. I don't see how it has to happen. So we'll have to be patient to make sure that the stars are going to be aligned until peace, not only with Israel, but peace with Syria, peace with all the neighbors, peace in the region happens. So finally people take care of what matters, which is education, energy, employment, everything which matter for, for the citizens.
And Carlos, you've been ordered to stand trial in France next year alongside the culture minister over alleged corruption following a long-running investigation. You were, of course, the CEO of Renault. What do you make of these allegations against you?
Well, I have a difficulty to take them very seriously. Obviously, I'm not aware of all the investigation because I've been cut out of the file so far. I hope that one day they're going to give me the content of this accusation. But frankly, these accusations are based on two things: that this contract with Rashida Dati was secretive. I don't know how you can maintain a contract between a political figure and a large company like Renault secretive, because this person had to receive money every month. So you have treasury, you have control, you have auditors. She had to work inside the company. She contacted a lot of executives. So frankly, this allegation that it was a secretive contract, in my opinion, is not very serious. So hopefully we're going to be able to demonstrate it. The second one is they said that she was lobbying on behalf of Renault for the European in the European Commission. She was a House representative of Europe, and there are 500 of them. And frankly, we didn't need one member between 500 to lobby for Renault. I was, I remind you, the head of the ACEA, which is the association of all the car manufacturers in Europe. So I had the European Commissioner directly online whenever I needed something. So it doesn't stand too much. And then the last thing is, whenever there is a crime, there is a benefit. So I was asking a very simple question. What was my benefit? If somebody benefited from these so-called crimes or alleged crimes, it's Renault. So how come that Renault is not in the box of the suspects or the accused, and I am dragged into this? The whole thing is very difficult to understand, but let's wait for the trial to see how this is going to be ending up. I think common sense will prevail, and I'm not very worried.
So you're denying the allegations against you, and you won't be going back for the trial, I'm guessing?
Well, I analyze the allegation. Usually when you're being accused of something, you have to analyze them to see if there is anything substantial or anything that makes sense. And frankly, from what I know, everything I analyze, in my opinion, doesn't stand a real analysis that hopefully will be made by the judge. But let's wait and see.
So, Carlos, you are now effectively exiled to Lebanon thanks to an Interpol red notice seeking your arrest. And I always wonder, and a question I would like to ask you, do you feel like you are the victim, or do you feel like you're a villain?
What do you think? But this is an easy question to answer. I'm a victim. I've said it from the beginning for 7 years. I'm not saying I'm a victim, but I'm illustrating it with facts and illustrating it with data. I'm illustrating it with witnesses. I'm talking a lot about this case. Obviously, not a lot of people are interested today. They are more interested into what I can give in terms of management and in terms of experience. But this case is going to have to be dealt with the legal system in France. Without any doubt, I was victim of a plot. I can demonstrate it, and hopefully somebody not only will listen to it, but also will be able to make a decision on it.
And your future? tell me a little bit of where you see yourself in the next 5 years. Do you think you'll still be in Lebanon? You're talking about people interested in your management skills. What are the future plans for you, Carlos Ghosn?
Look, that means my life in Lebanon, I'm happy with my life in Lebanon today. Obviously, I have a lot of opportunities to help and support a lot of people. Unfortunately, these opportunities are being handicapped by the fact that I cannot leave the country. And I cannot leave the country essentially because the Interpol red notice that you mentioned has been asked by Japan, and Japan is not going to release it because Japan usually after a red notice, because you are in a country which do not extradite their citizen, which by the way is not only the case of Lebanon, it's also the case of France or the case of Brazil, and I'm citizen of the 3 countries. Usually if you're really looking for justice, you transfer your file to the country where you are based in order to justice to be rendered. Well, Japanese legal system, dubbed by the United Nations hostage justice system, is not going to do that. Because if they do that, and we really defend it in front of an objective justice system, they may lose face. So I have to look for other means to get rid of this red notice, because I don't think a Japanese authority is going to be releasing it soon.
Carlos Ghosn, it was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Micheál Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Gane. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but that's going to be Secret Service, and there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the ellipse across the street, there'll be, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend of me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting at the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that. It's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, moving to streaming, how excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello, I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. 1 year after Bashar al-Assad's fall, a shocking twist. Two of his former closest allies are reportedly plotting a comeback from exile in Moscow. We're talking about Hamad Hassan, his former military intelligence chief, and his once powerful cousin, Rami Makhlouf. According to the Reuters investigation, both men are reportedly spending millions of dollars to recruit and fund tens of thousands of fighters, primarily from the country's minority Alawite community. Their goal? To reestablish influence over Syria's coastal Alawite majority regions, areas that once served as the core base of the Assad regime. At the center of their plan is a network of 14 underground command centers, stocked with weapons, communications gear, and supplies left over from Assad's final days. But analysts say the chances of a successful rebellion are slim. Hassan and Makhlouf are apparently bitter rivals. Many Alawites don't trust them, and Russia, their former supporter, is sticking with Syria's new government. And that new government, led by Ahmed al-Sharaa, is already pushing back. They've deployed trusted envoys, including a former Assad insider, to calm Alawite communities and stop any armed resurgence before it even begins.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Daniel Atlas. You may remember me as your personal favorite of the Four Horsemen of Magic. Now watch closely as I make the famous heart diamond appear on my palm.
Gee whiz, he must be as starved for attention as Greenpeace here.
Hi, Ryan. Great
How
to
are
see
you? You too. Congratulations on such a fun movie. I really enjoyed watching it. How much did you first enjoy being in Abu Dhabi and making the best out of these beautiful locations that were available to you?
We felt so lucky to get to film in Abu Dhabi. I mean, it's such a beautiful city, and I got to say, you all were so welcoming to us and gave us incredible access to these truly cinematic locations. I mean, the Louvre is especially, I think, magical. Well, as soon as we saw it, we thought for sure we have to film the final sequence of the movie. The big performance at the end of the film takes place on that stage, and that felt like an appropriate, museum-worthy performance, hopefully. But it was an incredible setting, and I'm really proud of the way it looks on camera, the way we lit it, and it really felt like an exciting escalation for the film, and conclusion, I should say, escalation and conclusion for the film. And then obviously the W and the F1 track are also spectacular locations, and we felt very special being able to take an F1 car off the track and race it through the streets of Abu Dhabi, which was also really exciting, was to get to explore some other parts of the city and to have some pretend Abu Dhabi police cars chasing with some pretend Abu Dhabi police. But the whole thing was a great experience, and the city and the UAE as a whole couldn't have been more welcoming. So we're very grateful.
I mean, it all looks so great on camera as well. I really loved watching that.
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Whew! It is very good to be back.
Louvre, Abu Dhabi, or Yas Island Circuit in Abu Dhabi? What was the most fun location?
Ooh,
the Louvre was really nice.
Was incredible.
Oh, yeah, it was great. But we did all the amusement parks.
Yeah, we did Ferrari World.
How was that?
Ferrari World was epic.
Yeah, and Rosamund Pike was there.
And
yes, she was.
I'll ask her now. How was it filming in Abu Dhabi in general?
It was pretty amazing. I mean, being in the W Hotel right on the racetrack, that's a real thrill. And the Louvre, I mean, filming in the Louvre after hours is magical. It's an incredible structure, and I think we needed a spectacle at the end of this film, and that really provided it.
Vandenberg Corporation launders money for arms dealers, traffickers, warlords. She makes all the world's worst criminals possible.
Once we decided that we were going to shoot the airport sequence in Abu Dhabi, stay focused. We decided to shoot a desert sequence as well. The desert sequence is something Tom and I have always dreamed about. The location just told us what to do.
Did you think we abandoned you? Or that we'd run out of magic? Well, think again, ladies and gentlemen. It's been 10 years since the Horseman last appeared.
Tell us about Abu Dhabi and the experience of being there, filming it, including, all the Abu Dhabi scenery in it.
It was wild. I mean, such an interesting and
culturally very different, definitely. But we did enjoy the nature. I feel like there was a few sort of 6 a.m. swims with the sunrise, and
but the scenes are like unbelievable. There's like a racetrack around this hotel, so.
Yeah.
So the ending of the movie was just like
a
huge magic trick of an ending.
Thank you so much for just being the most wonderful crew to work with, and just such an unbelievable blessing to be here. Thank you.
Want to see a magic trick?
There he is.
You enjoying the show?
Shall we get on with it?
What went through your mind, and did it feel a bit uncanny when a real heist happened at the Louvre in Paris? I mean, it's a little bit like a art.
There was the suggestion that was maybe Now You See Me marketing stunt, and that made me really happy that people associate the Horsemen with any big heists that take place in the world, and certainly in such a significant location as the Louvre, Paris, since we got to shoot at the Louvre, Abu Dhabi. We're very familiar with the Louvres all over the world.
Bigger and better than anything you have ever seen. It's a 10 million to 1 shot.
Those are my kind of odds. Bring down 2 generations of criminals with a single sleight of hand.
Abracadabra. Huh, nope. Alakazam. Wait. Open sesame.
Still safe with me.
How much do these films feel like family? Obviously, the Horsemen are family themselves. They get new members in this one. But shooting it, does it echo a little bit that sense of camaraderie?
Absolutely. I mean, Jesse and Woody, for me, are practically family because we've been working together for 16 years together, and this was our 4th movie with me and those two. But I was happy to join the rest of the Now You See Me family because Isla and Dave are spectacular human beings, and they really do have such camaraderie, the 4 Horsemen, and Morgan Freeman as well, because they've been working together for so long. So I felt very lucky to get to join the family of Now You See Me.
Pay very close attention. You are not going to want to miss this next trick.
One of Ruben's goals for this movie was to have as much real magic as possible, have us do everything practically.
If I had known he was that easy to get rid of.
Not that easy.
That's the brilliant thing of having a guy like Ruben Fleischer. He's able to come up with these images and ideas.
When I heard Ruben say that, I couldn't fully understand what it meant. To me, it didn't seem that different to kind of do the effect on computers or in person.
The final question is the world of illusion. You know, it's so popular with audiences, whether in cinema or in shows, etc. What do you think keeps that fascination for the public for that kind of, trickery world?
I think that, we all want to just find surprise, like, in life. Like, it's rare that as an adult, you see something that you can't explain or understand, and it just fills you with delight. And so that experience of, like, seeing a great magic trick where you just leave with a smile, that's what I wanted to provide for audiences when they see this movie.
Well, I had a great time watching it. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for hosting us in your beautiful country.
Yeah, everyone was so excited to have you.
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Whew! It is very good to be back.
Come up, you're gonna be our helper.
Okay, disappear in 3, 2, 1.
J. Daniel Atlas in the house. Who wants to see a magic trick?
How are you guys? Good.
Great, how are you?
Good. It must be so fun to do this all together because it really did feel that the shooting of this one in particular was a family kind of environment. Is it the right impression?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, almost to the point of not being
sibling rivalry, bickering, like fighting over who gets to stay up late.
I was going to say, we enjoyed each other so much. Sometimes we would, it would take a long time to film sometimes because we were having fun.
We had so much fun. I felt like Ruben was always like, a friend, it was like trying to kind of get in with a joke with us just to try to trick us to go back to set because we were so distracted.
I think we would have made the Horsemen proud. My Atlas was spot on.
Really? I'll be the judge of that.
According to that card, for some reason, I need you.
Why not the other horsemen?
The other horsemen are dead.
Oh my God, what?
No, they're like dead to me. Things got too real for them. They gave up. Stop interrupting.
It's been 9 years since the prior one. What has changed about you guys as actors?
These movies are like, for us, they're like, it's work and it's very difficult. For example, learning a lot of these, like the magic that we're doing, but it's also like a summer vacation for us. Like, it's just the most fun group in the world. We love it. We love our characters. Like, not only are we we have great scripts, obviously, but Ruben Fleischer directed this movie. He really loves comedy, so he asked us to improvise as well. So it's just a great feeling of like teamwork, creativity. A lot of what we do in the movie is kind of reflected of how we are off camera.
The heart diamond. It's the most valuable jewel in history.
But what makes this diamond so special?
Because a magical tarot card told us.
For decades, the Vanderbergs have been selling diamonds to warlords, arms dealers, traffickers to help launder their money.
Dominic, new kid on the block. How did it feel to enter the universe?
It was great. It was awesome. I mean, like Jess was saying, it was definitely a lot of hard work. I mean, especially learning the tricks. There's this one trick I had to do in the beginning with these phones, and I broke like 2 phone cases using my own phone to like learn this trick. So some sacrifices were made, but it was
It's such a good trick, though.
Yeah, but worked out. Yeah, but it was a great time. Yeah.
8 magicians against a worldwide criminal network. I like our chances.
Want to see a magic trick?
There he is! You enjoying the show?
Shall we get on with it?
My final question is about Rosamund Pike. I'm sure she had the most fun being her character, but how much fun was it around her in that mode?
There's a sort of moment where her character has to sort of unravel it to a point without giving anything away. And it was just one of the most amazing kind of things to witness from an acting perspective, because she really is so fearless and she really went there, and it was just impressive to be around her. And her dialect is obviously perfect. And what I love about her interpretation of the character is the pleasure she takes in the mischief and the naughtiness, and she doesn't get sort of like dark with that character. It's always playful, which I think is the right tone for these movies. And I think she was just like, these movies sort of live or die on their villain in a way, and I think we just couldn't have gotten luckier.
Hey guys, dead end.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it? Never know.
I think you do know.
You guys used to be the Horsemen.
Why did you break up?
We made some huge mistakes. We got sloppy, cocky.
Sorry guys, that's really a bummer.
How are you guys?
Good.
Good. It must be so exciting to do these things together, because I really felt, especially in this one, like this was like a big extended family type of vibe on set. Is it the right impression?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. We love each other.
So much.
I've known kind of the original crew for nearly 15 years now, and we laugh so much together. And these two, and then Dominic Sessa, they came in and just seamlessly from day one integrated themselves. And now we are all family.
We are all together.
Whoa. Together, Allison Brie and Dave Franco. Check it out on VOD.
Yeah, exactly. That was a very subtle.
Don't worry, we'll work in regretting you into this.
Yeah, please.
I heard you talking. According to that card, for some reason, I need you. Charlie, June, and Bozo.
It's Bosco Leroy.
What did you type fictional magician name into ChatGPT?
Oh, that's actually my real name, Atlas.
Ariana, Justice, how did it feel to kind of come into the universe of Now You See Me? Had you seen the first two? It must feel so exciting to be on those sets.
It was.
I love watching them.
Yeah, I know. The movies are great. It was a little scary because it's such a big ensemble, and the original Horsemen didn't have to be as nice as they were, but like from day one, they were so welcoming. They wanted to include us on all their like inside jokes and games and stuff. And I remember one time, like, they were like standing in the corner, like laughing about something, and me, you, and Dominic were like, we're gonna laugh louder. And then Isla was like, wait, no, really, do you guys feel left out? Please come over here. And like, we were just joking, but like, they were so sincerely about like involving us in the group.
Yeah.
And yeah, they really didn't have to do that. So
yeah,
it meant a lot.
The Vandenberg Corporation launders money for arms dealers, traffickers, warlords. She makes all the world's worst criminals possible.
She doesn't just launder money, she kills people.
This is a chance to make a real difference.
I heard there was some improvisation. The new horsemen got to improvise as well, or only the original ones?
We all were
Only the originals are allowed.
We all got to improvise. They cut all of ours, and they kept all the originals.
Yeah. They're like, have fun, maybe a workshop for the next one.
Yeah.
And for you, Ariana, you got to improvise with your hands. I mean, she's got a lot of dexterity without giving too much away.
That's very true. Great.
Did you improvise with those hands?
I improvised with those hands, Dave. I improvised. Here's the thing about this cast. At the core of it, they are all the funniest people I've ever met. Mm-hmm. We all seamlessly got each other's humor, which I feel like is very rare for the amount of people on set. And yeah, I feel like with even like you and I, we would look at each other, we'd make eye contact, and we just want to laugh. Like there was so much happiness and so much laughter and so many giggles that improvising came pretty easy for us.
Yeah.
We all understood our characters and we understood the appropriate time for things, but we also could just riff forever.
And our director, Ruben Fleischer, he comes from a comedy background. And so I think at his heart, that's what he loves the most. And so he really encouraged us to kind of go off book and try to find these humorous moments.
Yeah.
You got this, Jack?
Wait, don't you mean June?
Come on, this isn't fair. I've been picking locks since before she was born.
When does he start the lock picking?
Don't rush me.
He's got it.
Mind if I just, lead the way?
I think he loosened it for her, ultimately.
The heart diamond. It's the most valuable jewel in history.
But what makes this diamond so special?
Because a magical tarot card told us.
For decades, the Vandenbergs have been selling diamonds to warlords, arms dealers, traffickers to help launder their money.
How are you, Rosamund?
Hello, very well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you so much. She may not be the most delicious person as a character, but she must have been so delicious to play, wasn't she?
Veronica Vandenberg was delicious to play, yeah. A villain is fun to watch if they're having fun, is my basic principle. And so I wanted to see Veronica living her best life until she isn't. I wanted to see her, self-satisfied and vain and pleased with herself and, full of her own type of illusion, which is to spin the rarity of the diamonds that are produced from her mine and, sell her own illusions to the world.
If you want to stop the devil, don't cut off her hands. You lift her wallet.
Open sesame.
Still safe with me.
Relax. Diamonds are forever.
Stop him!
There was a lot of improvisation. Did you partake in it? How much did you feel that you could just give her your own spin?
I don't think I'm very respectful of the script and I was able to, take that in a direction that I lent into early on in conversation with the writers and with the director. I think on the day, maybe I added one or two lines. I can't remember. Is that what other people have told you? I don't know.
No, everyone was what they told me is that you had a lot of fun at Ferrari World. That's what they told me about you.
Yeah, we did. The new horseman took me to Ferrari World and made me love roller coasters. Yeah.
My horsemen. We were brought together for a reason.
Get me kicked in.
Bring down 2 generations of criminals with a single sleight of hand.
Her clients being around, and I assume she's a very easy background to imagine, like background story.
Yes, I think as a villain, there is a personal dimension to her story, which is, it's unusual. And I think for me, there's a very real person inside, which obviously means I can make a more 3-dimensional woman out of her. There is a familial background story that suggests that as a young woman, she came from a very privileged background, but she had her own hurts and sufferings within that. And I think she decided to hurt people back as a reaction to that. And I could understand it. So I have empathy for her as well as judgment, I think.
Hey guys, dead end.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it? Never know.
I think you do know.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा यहाँ में.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming, all of it is managed by the women.
और खेती बाड़ी और सब कुछ लड़की का ऊपर में.
We met Salsalaitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you need to inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. And other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes the responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, in Khasi system, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Sui Tibor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low, because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Matrilineal waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi Matrilineal Society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one we
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if you continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Kasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Kasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work also. Like both men and women can give their the idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maolnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maolnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village. But we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities, because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years, but will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Matrilineal society, it will be different afterwards, but then matrilineal process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, as I've seen now also, some of my friends inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. A little bit we have to adjust. I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to the old ages, long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
everything will be changed because of these technologies also. No? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
For the entire international Jewish community with the Bondi Beach attack, do you think the world is doing enough to contain anti-Semitism?
Clearly not, because when countries make this reality of anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish expression in the public sphere, making incitement available, optional, without taking necessary steps, without taking significant steps, unfortunately, there are people that are influenced by this incitement. So I believe and I hope, and we are working in order to achieve that Western countries will take more serious steps in terms of battling against anti-Semitism in the public sphere and in the digital sphere.
Israel and Syria are reportedly discussing a new security agreement to replace the 1974 disengagement agreement. Why is this pact being revisited now?
I don't want to enter into a blame game, but lately the Syrians had toughened their positions and put some preconditions, and therefore I believe that we were delayed. Our interest is to reach a security agreement with Syria. By the way, we would like to reach a peace and normalization agreement with Syria, but on the time being we had spoke about a security agreement with Syria. Our interest is security, to secure our border. You know that in Syria there are all kinds of militias, some of them very extremist. We had some terrible images coming from confrontations and massacres of Alawites and Druze in Syria, and therefore we are worried and we want our border area to be safe, and this is our interest in Syria, and I hope that we will be able to reach this security agreement soon.
Does Israel believe that Hezbollah can be contained or disarmed through diplomatic means, or is military escalation becoming unavoidable at this point?
I want to ask you why Hezbollah should be contained. I mean, it is a decision of the government of Lebanon to dismantle Hezbollah. So there I'm asking, who is violating Lebanon's sovereignty? It's Hezbollah that violates Lebanon's sovereignty. We don't violate Lebanon's sovereignty by attacking Hezbollah that attacked Israel from Lebanon more than one time, and lately more than 1 year, without any reason to do so. So, frankly, we are interested that the Lebanese government will move forward with the implementation of its decision. We don't see it going forward in the way we would like to. It is not only our criticism. The United States, I believe, and others share this criticism. And there is a certain of infiltration of Hezbollah also into the Lebanese army. Therefore, we have, I can tell you, our wish is to have peace and normalization with Lebanon. The only thing that I believe stands between us and Lebanon in order to be there, because we have a very minor disputes, a very minor border disputes which could easily be solved. But the only problem is Hezbollah presence and Iran, which instructed Hezbollah last July not to disarm. So effectively, when Hezbollah is the strongest military force, stronger than the army of Lebanon, they are keeping Lebanon under an indirect occupation of Iran. This is the situation we must finish in order to get, on one hand, security for Israel, and on the other hand, freedom for Lebanon, independence for Lebanon from foreign forces, and to bring back Lebanon to its people.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come Carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.